15. Briar slumped to the base of the wall, taking out 2 of his knives in case someone arrived who felt he did not belong there.
"We have a bit of a wait,"
he told Sandry. He felt their connection shudder and knew that her fear of the dark was returning. It had always been a marvel to Briar. Sandry was the least fearful girl he knew, and yet the dousing of a lantern could leave her trembling if no other light was available. It was the reason that he, Daja, and Triss had made Sandry's night-light crystal in the first place.
"I never really talked to you about Yanjing, did I?"
he asked, pretending not to notice her fear.
"They call it the Empire of Silk for a reason, you know. They have this cloth they call the Rain God's Veil, just a hair thick almost. They dye it colors they call by names like green tea, almond milk, and lotus pollen. If you don't pin it down, it just drifts away, like invisible creatures are carrying it. The imperial concubines wear it for veils, and they all have a little girl servant whose only job is to catch the veils if they slide away."
He could feel Sandry take a deep, shuddering breath and lick her lips. Briar promised himself that Finn would pay for frightening her so badly. He couldn't have scared her more if he had planned it deliberately. Only terror of the unknown could have made Sandry as strident as she had been when she called for him.
"You know that Penshi silk you were so curious about? They get it from silk made by worms they find in wild trees, not ones on farms. The country people make it, so its threads aren't so smooth, but the thing is, they could be. One old thread mage told me her family has made Penshi silk for 10 generations and could do as fine a thread as the fancy houses. But the little imperfections, the slubs, you called them, every family that does it does them in a pattern. Back home in my notes, I copied down some of them for you. She says it's how they used to send messages under the Emperor's nose, and sometimes they still do."
Sandry's mind filled with wonder and excitement.
"Lark and I thought so, but Vetiver told us that was silly,"
she replied, her mind on silk now and not her captivity.
"She said who would be desperate enough to send messages in tiny slubs like that?"
"Well, it's the slubs and the weave,"
Briar explained, delighted to have her attention.
"And they don't always do it, so it's not every piece of cloth."
He had exhausted Penshi silk and was describing the butter sculptures of Gyeongshi when he felt a roiling storm of power approach. He got to his feet.
"That would be Triss."
Down the hall he heard a door slam. It was indeed Triss who came down the hall. She had put on a gown again, though it was hard to see it under the lightning that crawled over her head and dress. It glittered on the onyx buttons of her shoes and sparked on the rims of her spectacles. Chimes stood on her shoulder, one tiny forepaw gripping a braid, lightning sparking from her eyes, claws, and wingtips. Briar opened the door and bowed.
"After you, Vimese,"
he said.
"It's not that I mind a good fight,"
he told himself as he followed her down the long, curved stairwell that lay beyond the door.
"Still, why wear myself out when she can wind things up in a hurry?"
A draft blew into his face as he descended.
"She's pulling the air up past us, so they may not hear us coming,"
he realized.
"You're wasted not being a thief."
"So funny I forgot to laugh."
Her retort fizzed in his mind. She was very angry. He was impressed.
"Back at Discipline, you got this mad? You'd scorch the top off the thatch. Or at least you did before me and Rosethorn protected it."
I won't lose control if that's what worries you.
Worry? No, I'm hoping for it.
The round shoulders ahead of him slumped briefly.
I'm not.
Her reply was much less crackly. Then it surged again.
Though I'll probably change my mind when I see Finn next.
The stair seemed to descend forever. The walls around them were carved stone, cut from the living rock under the palace. They were also old. The two mages passed through sections that had been braced with heavy wooden beams to keep the passage from collapsing.
Finn must have had fun carrying a knocked-out girl down here,
Briar told both Sandry and Triss.
Too bad he didn't fall and break his neck.
Well, then he might have also broken yours. Excuse me for saying as much, but I wouldn't dare show my face to your uncle if I'd let that idiot kill you and himself. The only way His Grace wouldn't keel-haul me is if I could give him Finn.
At last they reached the bottom and a door. Triss listened at the keyhole for a moment, tugged at an unraveling braid she had pulled from its net, and flung a fistful of hard air at the door as she thrust it open. The air exploded into the room, knocking over the table that stood between two men, scattering cards, mugs, their unsheathed swords, and a bottle on the floor. As Triss and Briar came in, the men jumped to their feet, cursing, and grabbed for their fallen weapons. Triss loosed hair-thin bolts of lightning at the blades, forcing their owners to drop them with a yelp. Briar went over to collect the swords and strip the guards of their daggers and any other weapons. Once he was done, Triss set a ring of lightning around the throats of each guard. They dared not move a hair for fear of touching those fiery collars.
"Please, Fimese, don't kill us,"
babbled one rogue.
"He's our master. We had to obey."
Shut up.
Triss ordered softly as her fistful of wind dropped a coil of rope in her outstretched hand.
You annoy me.
Briar opened the other closed door in the room. The scent of salt and drops of spray struck his face. He looked back at Triss.
It's a cove tucked under the cliff.
Triss set about binding one guard's hands.
So that was the plan? Escape with her by boat?
When he said nothing, she gave the rope a hard yank.
We don't need both of you.
Would you really?
Sandry asked. She could see all this through her friend's eyes.
Would you really kill one? When it's Finn who's to blame?
They don't know that.
Snapped Triss. She took away his lightning collar and shoved the man onto a chair. As she tied his legs, Chime flew to his shoulder. To make sure he didn't kick, the dragon gripped his shirt collar with her hind paws and his nose with her forepaws. She leaned into his face and silently hissed, her curved glass fangs within an inch of his eye.
"Yes, by boat,"
said the talkative man. He stood perfectly still, sweat dotting his forehead in large beads.
"Off the coast to a place where my lord has a guard and household troops waiting."
They've got a long wait, then,
Briar said, shutting the door to the cove.
Now let's see about this box.
He went over to it, running his hands over the iron straps that held the top in place.
"You can't open it,"
said the talkative guard as Triss tied his arms, then removed the lightning collar.
"Bittis Finlock has the key."
Locks are for the unimaginative,
said Briar, placing his hands on the wood of the box.
Unless they're artists, of course. Normally I'm all for art.
He fed himself into the wooden boards. They were new, as they had to be to take the magic that had been placed inside them, all relatively young and plump boards not long off the tree. Briar called that green life to him, yanking it from the wood, leaving them dry, wizened, and shrunken. The box fell to pieces. Briar caught the iron straps to keep them from hitting Sandry. Once they were safely put aside, Briar helped her to her feet. She stood, her eyes watering in the sudden light. Once her vision cleared, she lunged for the open stairway door and nearly toppled. Briar held her as her legs cramped and her wounded feet refused to take her weight. He looked around for more linen to use as bandages. Not finding any, he took off his belt knife and swiftly cut off the surly guard's coat. Raising his knife, he was about to remove the man's shirt when it simply dropped off his body in pieces, the seams unraveling in the blink of an eye. Briar looked at Sandry, whose eyes blazed with fury.
"Thanks,"
he said casually. He smiled pleasantly at the guard, who was now shirtless in the chilly room.
"Hope you don't catch cold."
He gathered up the pieces of shirt and began to tend to Sandry's feet. Triss was calmly undoing 2 thick braids.
I am not climbing those stairs back up. None of us are.
Briar looked at her, astounded.
"What did you think we'd do, Copper Curls? Fly?"
She smiled evilly at him as the sea door blew open.
It's a trick I learned in Therios, and it's much quicker than climbing.
Sandry hugged herself. She was a tangled, rumpled mess, but now that she was in the light, she was ready to do battle.
"What if I don't want to go back to my room like a good little Clayhame?"
she demanded, her voice shaking with her rage.
"What if I would rather talk to my dear cousin Berenine about the behavior of one of her male subjects?"
Triss nodded.
I can take us to the Imperial Wing easily enough. It's like standing on a moving platform, the way I shape the winds, only you can't see the platform.
"Do it."
Sandry stumbled out through the sea door. Triss looked at Briar as Chime flew over to her shoulder.
You two have to hold on to me, and promise not to squeak.
Briar shook his head.
"The things I do for my sisters,"
he said with a sigh. He waved at the 2 captives.
"We'll try and remember to send someone for you boys. Don't you worry."
Berenine looked out at her court, deeply dissatisfied with this night. True, her lumpish cousin from Lyron had been suitably awed by her splendor, and would report to his king that Namorn was, as ever, glorious and overpowering in its generosity. He was disappointed not to meet Clayhame Sandraline Fatoran, but understood that even the best healers in the Empire could not erase the damage of a fever in an afternoon. Berenine had assured him that she would invite him to a private dinner.
"Just our family,"
she had told him.
"when Clayhame Sandry is herself again."
It was beautifully done, with Isha to confirm the lie. No one but Ishabal, Finn, and the servants who had gone to find the girl knew the truth, that she had vanished. Finn had said, with a casualness that made Berenine want to slap his handsome face, that he assumed Sandry had gone to the ball with other friends.
"You are very casual about the fate of a woman who could make you rich and powerful,"
she had accused. He had begged her pardon with such polished innocence that she had half wondered if he had not arranged to kidnap Sandry tonight. She immediately dismissed the idea. Finn was not fool enough to stage such a thing within the walls of the palace, which was sacrosanct. No one would risk that. At least Sandry was not with Shan. Berenine had seen to that, and had kept him at her right hand all night.
He spent too much time out of my view lately, and too much of it has been in Sandry's company,
she told herself now, eyeing his muscled body sidelong as he watched the dancers.
I like a man with spirit, as long as it isn't too much spirit. Ken never gave me so much trouble when he was my official lover.
She glanced at Ken, who had taken Isha's place on her right. The older mage had insisted that Sandry would turn up. The ball was large enough that she might be in one of the other rooms, or in the gardens, being romanced. No real inquiry could be made until morning without causing the kind of gossip Her Imperial Majesty wanted to avoid, so Isha was going to bed. Many of the older, more staid courtiers were also making their farewells. The younger members of the court were known to dance until dawn, with the Empress joining them. Sipping a goblet of wine, Berenine inspected the crowd. If Daja knew Sandry was missing, she showed no sign of concern. She and Rizu were surrounded by Rizu's friends. They made a lively group, and Daja and Rizu practically glowed as they smiled at each other.
That worked out quite well,
thought Berenine with satisfaction.
My Rizu is happier than I have seen her in months, something I had not anticipated. And I shall have a strong smith mage to serve me by the time autumn closes the mountain passes to the south.
The Empress looked for Triss, but the redhead was nowhere in view.
I hadn't expected to see her,
Berenine reminded herself.
I will leave Triss to Ishabal. Oh my, it looks as if Briar and Katie have had a tiff. He is nowhere to be seen, and Katie is flirting with every personable young man at court.
Berenine was about to ask Shan to fetch her a glass of wine when she saw that Ishabal had returned. The mage still wore her ball gown, and she carried a folded document in her hand.
What business is so urgent that it could not wait until morning?
The Empress wondered. Ken and Shan stepped aside as Ishabal approached the dais. The mage took his spot, offered the document to Berenine, and whispered,
"They wait in your personal audience chamber."
Berenine raised an eyebrow and opened the note. It read,
I beg the favor of an immediate audience with your Imperial Majesty. I have been insulted tonight in the most vile fashion, and wish to inform you immediately of what was done to me under your roof.
The signature was that of her missing guest.
Sandraline, Clayheim Falandrig, Saghada Fatoran.
Berenine looked up. Something had gone amiss, it seemed.
Isha, I think I will need both you and Ken. You should be prepared for any mishaps. Who is with her?
Briar and Triss,
replied Ishabal softly.
Majesty, Sandry looks battered. Her hands and feet are bandaged, her clothing torn. Trissana is throwing off sparks.
The Empress bit her lip. This could be even worse than the note had implied.
Then I suggest you and Ken arm yourselves with defensive magics before we enter that room.
Berenine beckoned to the captain of the guard as Isha whispered to Ken. When her guard approached and knelt beside her chair, she bent down to murmur,
Get one of your mages and a couple of guards to watch over Vimese Kisubo, subtly. Do not let her go anywhere but to her own rooms, or to Rizu's.
The man nodded. Berenine got to her feet. As the dancers stopped and the conversation came to a halt, she smiled.
Amuse yourselves, friends. Imperial business calls me away, but there is no reason for you to interrupt your evening.
She left by the rear entrance rather than have her departure slowed by farewells.
Did you read this?
She asked Ishabal as she strode along, the older woman at her side and Ken rushing to keep up.
I would not presume.
Berenine slowed down and handed over Sandry's note. Ishabal read it twice, closed her eyes briefly as if in prayer, then passed it to Ken.
Who would be fool enough to assault a noblewoman in the imperial palace?
Ken wanted to know.
And how would such an idiot think he could do it and escape?
We'll learn soon enough,
retorted Berenine, stopping to collect herself.
After which I shall decide what to do with that fool, and with anyone idiot enough to assist him. But first, I would like the two of you to be ready. I would hate to learn the hard way that their teachers had underestimated our guests' control over themselves when they granted them their medallion so young.
Taking a breath, Berenine smoothed her gold skirts. Then, as leisurely as if she walked in her gardens, she led her mages to her private audience chamber. A guardsman stood outside. Years of service kept his face blank, though confusion showed in his eyes. Most visitors to the private audience chamber arrived during the day. When the Empress stopped in front of him, he bowed and held the door open for her and her companions. The three young mages seated there got to their feet as Berenine came in. All three, including Sandry, wore their medallions outside their clothes. Triss looked disheveled, two fat, kinked hanks of hair hanging loose from her usual netted bundle. Her face was pale and glistening with sweat, but her gray eyes were ice cold. The glass dragon sat on her shoulder with one paw in her hair, like a guardian statue. Briar, too, was sweating. His face was unreadable as he looked at the Empress. Ishabal's description of Sanderline's looks was about right. Sandry's hair was a tumbled mess, tangled and knotted. Her clothes at least were unrumpled, a testament to her power over thread, but her hands and feet were masses of rag bandages. Her face was dust-streaked and bruised. The look in her cornflower blue eyes was pure steel.
"My dearest Sanderline,"
the Empress said, striding toward her with her hands out.
"Whatever happened to you?"
Sandry's eyes caught and held hers.
Finlock Fair Huric happened to me,
she said, her voice an alien croak.
Finn and that disgusting kidnap custom you let thrive in this country.
She began to cough, wincing as she did. Tears of pain streamed down her face. She dashed them away angrily. Berenine halted and blinked at the girl.
"What?"
she asked, baffled.
Finlock is in the ballroom at this moment."
Her brain worked swiftly, as it always did in a crisis, as she had trained it to.
"What happened to your voice?"
"Screaming does that to a person,"
Briar said coldly.
"May I go to my quarters to get something for her throat?"
"Ken, see to it, please."
As Kanile walked over to Sandry, the girl backed away. Briar went to stand next to him.
"Be very careful with what you do. Our patience is just about gone."
Understood. It's just a mild healing spell, Clayham.
He leaned forward to place one broad palm on Sandry's grimy throat. She flinched, then closed her eyes. After a moment, Ken drew away from her.
"Am I to understand Finlock did this in my own palace?"
Berenine wondered, ice closing around her heart.
"How? Not alone, surely. And how did he think he might escape?"
She selected a chair rather than the throne and settled onto it.
"I think I will understand your meaning so much better if you explain, Sandraline. Sit, everyone, please. If you have a grievance, I am certain it can be resolved."
"As I am certain,"
repeated Sandry, taking a chair. Her voice was rough but understandable.
"Triss, please sit before you fall down."
"I'm not some dainty flower worn out by my own magic. I could lower us to the foot of the cliffs again right now if you like. Though speaking of the cliffs..."
She took a chair and drew a long braid from its place in the coil. Berenine saw that Ishabal's attention was locked on the redhead. From a belt pouch, the older woman drew a rope of silk twined with an assortment of powerful charms, each keyed to different protective spells. Her fingers were twined around one charm that the Empress knew would throw a magical prison around Triss.
That's good,
Berenine thought.
Someone needs to watch Vimese Chandler. Won't you sit, Vinane Moss?
Berenine asked with a smile. His expression didn't change.
I'll stand, thank you, Your Imperial Majesty.
He stayed where he was, legs planted, hands clasped before him, his eyes somber. For a moment, Berenine feared that she had lost this young man's regard, or even worse, his friendship. She brushed the idea aside. Of far more importance was learning who had possessed the effrontery to attempt to kidnap her kinswoman in her palace.
Finlock Fairhjorg came to escort me to the ball,
Sandry told the three Namornese, her voice cold and steady.
Instead, he led me down a back passage, claiming I was to stand beside your Imperial Majesty as you entered the room from the rear.
Did anyone see you with Finn?
Asked Canaille. Berenine shot him a glare for interrupting, but Sandry was shaking her head.
Not after we turned away from the main corridors. I didn't see anyone else. When we turned a corner back there, someone placed a cloth over my face. It was soaked in a potion that made me unconscious. I woke up in a box.
Her voice trembled slightly. She got it under control.
The inside was filled with spells to cripple a thread mage. Finn was outside. He said his uncle had helped him. He said he was taking me out to a house with the same spells on it. And he said I would leave only when I signed the marriage contract and put my lip print on it in blood, so a mage could use it against me if I tried to break it. He seemed to think you would let him get away with it, cousin, since you admire bold young men so. Everyone knows you want me to stay in Namorn, and you expect women to escape like you did. Of course, I doubt that you were put in a box.
The huskiness in her voice thickened.
I doubt that the head of the Namornese Mages Society put spells on you and guaranteed to keep them there until you signed the contract. It would have been harder to escape under those circumstances, don't you think?
Then how did you escape?
Berenine asked coolly. The beginnings of a headache pounded in her temples.
I found her.
But how?
Insisted Berenine. What she really wanted to know was,
did you use that magical connection my spies told me was closed?
She could not ask that, of course. They trusted her little as it was. Adults understood that people spied on one another, but these young people were idealists, not realists. She doubted that they would understand that everyone spied on everyone who might be important.
I forget. I have a terrible memory when it comes to secrets I don't wish to tell.
Berenine glanced at Triss. The redhead had undone a third of the braid she had pulled from her hairstyle. Now Triss ran her fingers through the loose hairs over and over, her attention locked on them.
She's working magic. I cannot tell what kind, but she is cloaked in power.
Then stop her.
Triss looked up, gray eyes glinting through her loose tresses.
I wouldn't do that.
Triss, you'll never be a success as a diplomat,
announced Briar.
You may as well put that right out of your mind.
He turned his own bright green eyes on Ishabal and Berenine.
We all swear on our medallions this isn't something that would affect your Imperial Majesty in any way,
he said, his voice as bland as cream.
In fact, Triss here is actually doing you and your devoted servants a favor.
And if they stop me now, I can't promise the cliff under the palace wall won't drop into the Sith.
Pay her no mind,
Briar continued as Sandry glared at Triss.
It's not a threat she's making, just a warning. You know how it is with mages and interruptions. Anyway, I suppose you didn't know it, or you'd have seen for yourself, but your palace has rats. Big ones. Doesn't it, Clayhame Falendreg?
Big ones. I don't know how she missed them, but anything is possible.
She's an empress,
Briar told her, his tone pure conciliation.
You can't expect her to know every rat hole that opens up.
To the Empress and her mages, he explained.
This one is a real beauty. It opens in a northeast wing of the palace. I don't think anyone's dusted in there in months. And it tunnels all the way down through the cliff. Through solid stone, even under the curtain wall. Can you believe it? Down at the bottom, it opens onto a cove of the Sith.
Berenine's veins filled with ice.
The Julie Tunnel,
she realized, horrified.
How in Vrohain's name did Finn? His uncle. No Talos dung grubbing Verhuric. The Mages Society is said to have the plans of the palace from its first construction. And I shall have his skin.
Briar continued.
Energetic little Nalises, rats, aren't they? To dig all that way. We stumbled on their hole purely by chance. Well, Sandry didn't stumble entirely by chance. So Triss here got all alarmed, because she hates rats. So she's stopping up that hole at the foot of the cliff. She's getting the lake to help. Some of the stones she's using are pretty big.
Triss looked up, her face relaxed and at ease.
It really is in your interest, your Imperial Majesty. Who could sleep, knowing rats could get in at will? With that rat hole closed, your Imperial Majesty may sleep easily.
Berenine clenched her hands against her skirts.
If the wench is doing what she claimed to do, she is trying to close the secret exit that saved my life in that assassination attempt years ago. Of course, it's no good to me now if Vinane Verhuric has decided he need not obey his vow to keep those plans secret. Can she do it?
She asked Ishabal. There were magical wards on the tunnel. Ishabal watched Triss for a long moment. Finally, she nodded.
She is doing it.
She asked Triss.
What if anyone is in the chamber at the base of the cliff?
I won't weep a tear if they drown,
Sandry snapped, her voice rough.
But they could always climb. Triss is just stopping up the exit. You ought to put maids with brooms at the other end of the hole to beat the rats when they come out.
The skin at the back of Berenine's neck crawled. She sighed lightly, as if she'd asked for a glass of wine only to be told there was no more. One of the hardest parts of being Imperial was learning when to back off from a fight.
Ken, be a dear and send a message to the captain of my guard. Harm no one who comes out, please. I wish to have anyone who appears questioned.
Ken bowed and went to give the message to the guard at the door. As he did so, the Empress said,
Please continue, Tristana. Ishabal will watch all that you do.
Berenine looked at Sandry once more.
So, Briar found you in a way he does not remember.
Triss joined us,
said Briar, his eyes cold.
We got Sandry out of the crate.
Berenine shook her head as Ken returned to them.
Cousin, what can I say? Finlock has committed a serious offense against you without my knowledge or approval.
Her voice hardened despite her struggle for an appearance of calm.
He forgot his duty to me. I assure you, he will be arrested and punished. You will see how quickly justice is done here.
Cousin, justice should be done very quickly,
Sandry replied, her face hard.
We are returning to Amelon as soon as we can pack.
Isha flinched despite her years at court. Ken halted rather than come closer. Slowly Berenine replied, trying to think.
But the summer is only half done.
I don't want to see how I will feel after an entire summer. That a custom that permits such things against the women in this realm continues under a monarch who is female herself.
I am not the Empress of weaklings. A strong woman would find a way to escape, as I did, as you have. They have families to help them, if their families are strong.
Sandry shook her head. Her hands trembled as they lay folded in her lap.
Not all women or families are strong in the same way. They are entitled to your protection. I will not remain in a country that withholds that protection. And it's been made clear to me that I cannot even count myself safe in your own palace, cousin.
Berenine felt as if the chit had slapped her.
You dare,
she began to say, furious, then met Sandry's eyes.
Of course she dares, and she is right. I was so secure in my power that I did not realize spirited young animals like my courtiers are forever testing the leash and the rein. I relaxed my vigilance, and she was offered an intolerable insult. The custom is supposed to apply only to women taken in the open, not when they are under the protection of their liege lords. In shattering my protection, Finn destroyed my credit with every parent who entrusts an unmarried daughter to my care.
She smoothed her skirts.
You are hurt and recovering from a bad fright,
she said in her most soothing voice.
In the morning, you will feel differently. Would you really turn your back on all Namorn has to offer?
She met Briar's eyes when she said this. It was Briar who answered.
If this is what Namorn offers, yes. It is only as a courtesy to you that I don't address Finn myself. It's my sister he tried to kidnap, and our magic is plenty thicker than blood. Or maybe I should just give him to Sandry when he doesn't have drugs and spells to make him the big man.
His voice was heavy with contempt.
You think a strong woman can always beat this? I call it rape in any country.
Berenine did not want to meet his eyes any longer. Something in them made her feel an emotion she had not faced in years. Guilt. She didn't like it. Instead, she turned her gaze to Sandry.
And so, like your mother, you abandon your lands and your duty to your people.
Sandry's chin thrust forward like a mule's.
My people are very well cared for by someone who knows them. How dare you speak to me that way, as if I'd gone roistering and left my tenants to beg? Instead, I am to remain here where I am nothing more than moneybags and acreage? Where I am a thing, to occupy a niche in some household shrine, except when my lord husband wants to polish me up a little?
She doesn't even realize she's crying,
the Empress thought, feeling a quiver of pity which she dismissed right away.
I managed well enough,
she thought irritably,
escaping 2 oafs who thought they had the better of me. Namorn is a hard country. It requires strong women, strong men, and strong children to survive and make it prosper. I learned that from my father, even as he signed my second kidnapper's execution papers.
Sandry shook her head and dashed her tears away.
I'm going home. I've made arrangements so Cousin Ambrose will never be strapped for money again. My friends may stay or go as they will, but I'm going back to Emelon, where I'm a person, not an heiress.
She spat the word as if it were a curse, stood, curtsied briefly, and limped from the chamber. When Ken raised a hand to stop her with one spell or another, Berenine shook her head.
There are other ways to bring a haughty young Clayhame to see things reasonably,
she told herself. She looked at the other 2 and realized they watched her, eyes intent.
What would they have done if I hadn't stopped Ken?
For a moment she was almost afraid. Those bright pairs of eyes, one gray-green, one gray, were fixed on her with the same unblinking attention with which her falcons watched prey.
You may have power,
she silently told them,
but I am older and far more experienced. I have true great mages at my side, not accomplished children.
She held their eyes for a moment before she looked at Briar alone.
You may stay,
she told him, thickening the honey in her voice.
I still offer you the Empire for your garden. Imagine it, Briar. Spice trees from Kidao and Alaput, medicine ferns from Mabao, incense bushes from Gyeonshi.
His head snapped back as if she had slapped him.
And turn a blind eye to this? Wonder what woman scuttling by is with her husband of her free will? Here I was, thinking only street rats got treated like roach dung. I'm honored you think so well of me, Imperial Majesty, but I'm leaving with Sandry.
He bowed to the Empress briefly and looked at Triss.
Coming,
She said, getting to her feet.
the rat hole's plugged.
She informed Berenine. She fought a yawn. When it passed, she added,
Thank you for the offer of a position, but I'm with Briar and Sandry.
She bobbed a curtsy, took the arm Briar offered, and walked out with him. The door closed silently. Berenine sat back in her chair and closed her eyes. She could feel her two great mages waiting for her to speak.
In my own palace,
She thought, furious.
my own palace, when dozens of nobles trust their daughters to me to serve as ornaments to my household. Ken,
She said, forcing her voice to be calm.
send orders down. I want Finlock Verhuric arrested immediately. Put him in the dampest pit we have, in chains. Throw his servants in with him, also in chains. Check the end of the tunnel Triss blocked, in case any of them are hiding there. I will deal with them tomorrow. Then take a contingent of mages as well as a company of guards, and arrest Vinay no Talos Verhuric on the charge of high treason.
The head of the Mages Society?
Berenine opened her eyes to glare at him.
Do you mean to tell me you can't take a sniveling political games player like Notalos? Have you let your skills and those of your people go slack?
He means no such thing, Imperial Majesty. It is easily done, my boy, and he has betrayed a trust. Use the Jar of Ghosts spell.
Isha rested a hand on Berenine's shoulder.
It will be done as you require.
The Empress closed her eyes.
Then go do it, Ken. I want him in the mages' cells here by sunset. If the society whines, send them to Isha.
She listened as Ken's footsteps receded and waited for the sound of the door as it opened and shut behind him. Only when he was gone did she say,
Do something about Tristana Chandler, Isha. They will be so much less cocky. Sandraline will be far less cocky, without their little weather mage to safeguard them.
Ishabal nodded.
I will see to it. It is easy enough.
Subtly.
Berenine knew it was insulting to imply that Isha did not know how to wield a proper curse, but she no longer cared.
I want her for our service even more now. When she swears to us, you will bind her so she knows who is her mistress, Isha.
It took a while to treat Sandry's hands and feet. She was in such a fury that it was hard to make her sit quietly. Briar had sent Gudruni for mint tea to calm Sandry down, but Sandry threw the cup into the hearth. Gudruni looked at the mess, her mouth twisted to one side.
You don't need me if you mean to have a child's tantrum, my lady,
she said, sounding like the experienced mother that she was.
Wake me when you come to bed, and I'll help you with your nightgown. I'll clean up whatever else you throw in the morning.
Briar hid a smile and went back to wrapping clean linen around one of Sandry's feet.
I am not a child.
From long experience with his sisters Rosethorn and Evie, Briar knew when to keep silent. Instead, he tried to remember if he had ever known Sandry to be in such a towering rage. Even her anger when pirates had attacked Winding Circle was not the same as this.
A lot of it's fear,
he thought, drinking the other cup of tea that Gudruni had poured for him.
But she's just not used to being treated like she's of no account. I only wish she could see that she's treating her Landrag people the same way, but I can tell it's not worth talking to her about it right now.
Triss had left when Gudruni fixed the tea, but Chime stayed behind, chinking at Sandry with worry. It was Chime who finally calmed Sandry down. The dragon simply curled up in Sandry's lap, chiming in a low, clear tone that penetrated the young noble's rage. The more Chime sang, the slower Sandry's hands petted the dragon, until Sandry finally smiled ruefully.
"I'll be fine,"
she assured Chime.
"Truly."
Sandry looked up at Briar.
"I don't need nursemaids."
"Then it's me for bed,"
said Briar with a shrug.
"You know Her Imperial Majesty will put obstacles in the way, right? Neither you nor she knows how to leave well enough alone."
Sandry blew out a windy sigh.
"Did I ask you?"
Briar propped a fist on one hip.
"Since when do I ever need you or anybody to ask?"
That actually got a thin smile from her.
"You're Rosethorn's boy, all right. You sound just like her."
She kissed the top of Chime's head.
"I really will be fine."
Chime voiced one last sweet note, then took flight, shooting through an open window. They didn't have to worry about where she would go. Triss had developed a disconcerting habit of sleeping with all of her windows open.
"Then I'm off too. I hope you know what you're doing."
Sandry's voice stopped him with his hand on the latch.
"You don't have to come. I can offer you an empire to garden, and you're still my brother, even if you choose to stay here."
"For your information, Countess,"
he retorted without turning around,
"I ain't going 'cause of you."
As always when he was truly angry, Briar lapsed into the thieves' cant that was his original language.
"I've a mind of my own, and I can make it up without you sticking your neb in. In case you didn't notice, if someone of rank like you don't have safety here, nobody does. Nobody, from the biggest noble to the smallest street rat. If you ain't safe, where does that leave folk like Gudruni and Jaegors? I'll tell you where. Crated up in a secret chamber somewhere. Or just dumped off a cliff."
He slammed the door behind him when he left. He used the familiar routine of meditation to calm down after he had brushed the dust and dirt from his magic-woven party clothes. Finally, he clambered into bed and blew out his candle.
"Beds on the road won't be so soft as this, but they'll be an ocean's worth of safer,"
he thought. The night's weariness swamped him, and he slid into sleep. Armies moved in his dark dreams, killing and burning. The flames of the towns they had set alight formed bright spots on the mountain horizon. This was the rocky, hidden road into the heart of Jiangxi. The villages that burned were as much Yanjingyi as Jiangxian.
"They're burning out their own people,"
the dreaming Briar thought in panic. He was small and rabbit-like, fleeing the army as if it were a pack of wild dogs, growling and snapping at his heels. With him stumbled Rosethorn and Evie's friend Luvo snug in Evie's arms. Trumpets blared. In his dreams, the armies were always right over the next ridge, moving rapidly. Briar and his companions always seemed to crawl along the ground. Awake, he knew they had made better time, but in sleep they were on the army's heels, doomed to warn the inland temples too late. The trumpets blared, the hunter dogs of the armies howled, and Briar tried to run. He stumbled on the bottom of a heap. One hand pressed against a face, another against a naked leg. Now there was light enough to see what he had found. people, grandparents to babies, all stripped naked, all flung together like discarded dolls. There was blood on his hands. He screamed and woke at the same time, gasping for breath. As always, he had sweated through his sheets. Sweat stung in his eyes. He got up and wiped away the worst of it with a water-soaked sponge, then changed to casual clothes.
No point in going back to sleep. Not when I'll just dream again,
he thought as he fumbled with his shirt buttons.
Guess I'll gather up all the stuff and the shakans I took from Her Imperial Majesty's greenhouse and carry them back. I don't want her thinking I'd take so much as a pair of shears.
It was hard to open the Imperial greenhouse with a miniature willow in one hand and a basket full of tools and seedlings in the other, but Briar managed it. Once inside, he pocketed the paper that acted as a magical key and returned each item to its proper location. On each of the seedlings he set a good word for growth and immunity to plant problems. He also left the copper wire wrapped around the willow's new shape.
I don't have to punish the plants because my mate's cross with her cousin,
he told the willow, which he had spelled for health and proper growth when he'd first taken it into his care.
Even if I feel cursed irritable with the Empress myself, I won't let you return to the world without all the protection I can give you.
The willow clung until he coaxed it to release him.
You've all kinds of mates here,
he scolded gently.
You don't need one human who's just going to vanish anyway. Aren't I right?
He asked the others, the pines and the maples, the fruit trees and the flowering ones. The greenhouse sounded as if a breeze had blown through as they shook their branches in reply. His goodbyes said, Briar took the paper key from his pocket and crossed into the orchid half of the greenhouse. He meant to place his key by that door to the outside, so Berenine would see it. Instead, he found the Empress herself, wearing a simple loose brown linen gown over her blouse, slumbering with her head pillowed on her arms as she sat at an orchid table. She blinked and stirred as Briar came in, his heart twisted in his chest. She was beautiful even with her unveiled coppery hair falling from its pins and a sleeve wrinkle pressed into her cheek. She smiled at him.
It's like being smiled at by the sun, being warmed and a little burned at the same time. No, she's Nemorin itself. The land folk inhabit. She values the rest of us because we'll water her, plow and plant her, keep the bugs and the funguses off her, harvest. But in the end, we are as important to her as ants.
She stretched out a hand.
I cannot persuade you,
she asked, her voice husky with sleep.
You know that you would be happy in my service, Briar.
Briar sighed and rubbed his head. Sandry would argue, trying to convince her to change the way she did things. Daja would put on her trader face, say polite nothings, and mention schedules where she's needed someplace else. Triss would refuse in some tactless way, and apologize without pretending she meant it.
And me? What can I say? I escaped one emperor that wanted to put me in an iron cage, and from where I sit, her gold one looks no better?
He stepped forward and placed the paper key in her beckoning hand, bowed, and walked away. "16. Daja was tying her braids into a tail when Rizu came back from dressing the Empress. Usually Rizu had some witty imperial remarks to share, but not today. This morning she was silent.
Is something wrong?
Daja asked as she straightened her tunic.
You look I don't know, concerned.
She ran a finger down Rizu's forehead, still amazed at the good luck that had brought her to the point at which she could touch this vivid woman.
You'll get wrinkles.
It's Her Imperial Majesty. Something's happened. Something that's made her angry. She treated me all right, so it wasn't anything to do with me. But when I asked her what was going on, she said that I ought to ask your friends.
She looked at Daja in confusion.
What do you suppose she meant?
Daja shrugged.
Let's go to breakfast and see if they're even out of bed.
As Rizu led the way out of Daja's rooms, she looked back over her shoulder to say,
I did talk to the servants. Finlock Verhurik was arrested sometime after we left the ball, and some men he had hired with him.
Daja, who had been admiring the sway of Rizu's hips, halted.
Then arrested? Whatever for?
A footman hurrying past overheard. He paused, then came over to them.
There's more, Lady Rizu. Word just came. Bidis Finlock's uncle, Vinay Nautilos, was just arrested by Canile Shieldsmen and a crew of mage-takers. No law court papers, only by imperial order.
Does anyone know why?
Only that the charge was high treason.
He bowed and scurried on his way.
It must be serious. To arrest the head of the Mages Society for the entire empire? It has to be high treason indeed.
She and Daja hurried to Sandry's rooms. Gudruni let them in, but there was no meal set out on the table.
What's going on? Where are Briar and Triss?
For a moment, Gudruni looked shocked.
You don't know? Oh, gods! You must ask my lady. She's in her bedchamber, if you'll follow me.
They obeyed to find Sandry busily folding clothes. Trunks stood open on the floor.
Sandry?
Daja asked, confused.
I feel like you started a forging without me.
Sandry looked up. Her face was dead white under its gold spring tan. Her blue eyes were hot.
Ask her,
she replied in a husky voice, jerking her chin at Rizu, who stood behind Daja.
Or were you two so wrapped up in each other that neither of you has heard yet? It should be all over the palace right now.
Daja sighed.
If she knew, why would we be talking to you? Where were you last night? You didn't even come to say hello to us. And now there's a story going around the palace that Finn's been arrested.
She kept her voice soft. She knew this look of Sandry's, though she had only ever seen it a handful of times. Whatever had brought Sandry to her boiling point, she required careful handling, or she would explode. Sandry threw a gauzy overgown to the bed.
Finn crated me up for shipment last night. Crated me up like a cabbage. Only you don't need unraveling spells to keep a cabbage from misbehavior. I got this.
She rubbed her throat.
From screaming for someone to let me out. She had him arrested? I thought she would applaud his boldness. He certainly thought she would, or he never would have dared try.
Not in her palace,
cried Rizu, shocked.
Not when there are so many women who look to her to keep them safe inside her walls. Sandry, how could you even say such a thing?
Because Finn kidnapped me inside these cursed walls.
She turned on Daja.
I tried to call you for help, but you were occupied.
There was a cruel tone in Sandry's voice that cut Daja like a whip.
Luckily there are others who don't shut me out of their new lives.
That's not fair,
retorted Daja, her eyes stinging.
Isn't it?
Demanded Sandry, hugging herself around the waist. Her eyes dripped tears onto the discarded overgown.
Maybe not, but it's true all the same. Well, I'm not staying in this oversized cage one night longer. I'm not staying in this festering cack cesspool of a country for so much more as a week. We're going back to Landrake House today. Briar, Triss, and I are going back to Emelon as soon as we can pack up. You do as you like.
She glanced at Rizu and looked away.
You may come with us, Daja, and anyone who chooses to accompany you is welcome, but you'd best decide fast.
She wiped her eyes on her sleeve.
You'll always be my sister Sati,
she added more softly.
You'll always be welcome in my home, wherever the trade winds take us both. But just remember, they won't care if you prefer women to men, if they can still isolate you and force you to sign a marriage contract written to bind a mage.
She glared at Rizu.
And since you're a foreigner, Daja, I suppose you wouldn't even have a liege lord to appeal to. You'd be trapped until the end of your days.
Daja heard the door slam. Rizu had left the room.
She didn't know,
Daja said, defending her lover.
You didn't have to be nasty.
Then I'll apologize later. If she comes.
Of course she will. I suppose she'll take forever to pack,
Daja whispered, hoping that if she said it, it would be true. She looked at Sandri.
Would you please tell me what happened?
She asked, taking a load of folded scarves from a chair so she could sit down.
And don't insult me any more, Sandri. I didn't turn Namornese just because I fell in love.
An hour later, Daja slowly walked to Rizu's rooms. She felt as if she had aged 100 years. Suddenly, all of the elegance around her looked like a mask for some cruel beast. She had to eye every man who passed her, asking herself if he had ever kidnapped a woman, or if he would, given the chance. Were all men like this?
No,
she told herself firmly.
Never Briar, or Frostpine, or Triss's teacher Nico, or our sometimes teacher Crane, or Duke Vedris, or Dedicate Gorse the temple cook.
She doubted Ambrose or Jegors would consider it either.
No, Daja, don't be a fool. You know plenty of men who would never even think of pulling such a vile trick. But here, well, I can't be surprised at Finn. He's always had the air of a horse fighting the rain. Some of the others I've met might do the same, if they dared to kidnap a mage. But they wouldn't do it in the palace, for fear of the Empress, though somehow Finn thought she might actually turn a blind eye to it, if he succeeded. Who is a bigger idiot than the man who believes the lies he tells himself? Ken might try such a kidnapping. He'd succeed if he did, but I don't think we have to worry, because he's obviously in love with Berenine. Jack, maybe? No, Jack's too good-hearted at bottom. What a heap of ash this court is, and most of it clinkers at that. I guess Rizu's too close to the Empress to have ever looked over her shoulder for kidnappers.
Her heart thudded in her chest.
It's trying to drown out that question in my mind. I thought I'd have all summer to work on her before having to ask. I thought we could build something solid in that time, when all we have is something new. I wish we'd had more time to fuse together.
Wishes are toys your mind plays with while pirates sneak up behind. That had been one of her Aunt Hulweme's favorite sayings, ghost words from an aunt 7 years dead. Daja shook her head to clear it.
I never liked Aunt Hulweme,
she thought as she rapped on Rizu's door.
It's open,
she heard her lover call. Daja bit her lip and entered Rizu's room. As mistress of the wardrobe, Rizu had 2 of the tiny rooms set aside for those in the Empress's service. Only imperial guests actually have room to breathe, she had joked on the 10-odd nights she'd spent in Daja's suite. Now Rizu sat at the desk that took up a corner of the sitting room, writing something. She looked at Daja and tried to greet her with her usual sunny smile. Her lush mouth quivered at the attempt. Daja looked into the bedroom. It was neatly made up. There were no signs of packing. She went in and sat on the bed, smoothing wrinkles out of the airy coverlet with fingers that shook as much as Rizu's mouth had.
You could stay,
Rizu had come to stand in the doorway.
Stay here with me. Be a jewel in the imperial crown. All your work with living metal would earn you a place among the great mages. I want you to stay. I need you to stay.
Why won't you come with me?
Daja asked, her voice cracking. For the first time in her life, she understood all the love poetry, all the passion that described a lover's kiss and a lover's touch.
I always thought magic could burn that kind of excitement right out of my veins,
she thought as she traced an embroidered rose with a fingertip.
I always thought that was why boys' kisses left me feeling odd, not faint. And boys' hands didn't make me feel anything but distant. Now I know I wasn't looking at the right people. Now I've found someone who's right for me, and that's her. How can you feel this way and not want to come with me?
She asked.
Don't you love me?
I do. You're so strong and sweet. You make beautiful things. You sing me songs from distant places. I do love you.
Daja looked up and saw the rest of the answer in her friend's averted eyes and pale lips.
You love the Empress more.
Not the way you mean. Not in bed. I would never feel that way about her. But don't you see? She is all that is bright and beautiful in Namorn. She saved me from a marriage I didn't want. She made me a gift of lands and income of my own, so I didn't have to rely on my family or obey my family's wishes for me.
Rizu sat next to Daja and took her metal-gloved hand in both of hers.
I have power in her household. I'm part of something splendid. She builds bridges, hospitals, libraries, dams, you name it, and she has built it for the glory of the Empire. How can you not want to belong to that?
She does all these things, and yet she lets the Empire's women be preyed upon,
Daja replied, yanking her hand free.
I'm not preyed upon. Not me. Not Katie. Not Isha. Not any of the women of her household. You would be safe too, Daja. And we'd be together.
She leaned forward and kissed Daja, promising love with the kiss. Daja got to her feet.
Do you know, I even believe I'd be safe in her household. But Sandry isn't. She won't ever be as long as the Empress wants her bound to Namorn. And Sandry is my sister. We are closer than you can begin to imagine. Sandry, Briar, Triss, me. We are the same person in a way you have never heard of.
Rizu looked up, reaching a hand for Daja.
It doesn't have to be settled like this. Persuade Sandry to finish the summer, at least. Then we'll all understand one another better.
I understand well enough,
thought Daja.
I understand as much as I need to. So I should talk Sandry into staying, if I even could, which I doubt, so that other men may have a chance at binding her to a marriage contract?
Biting her lip so she would not cry in front of the cats who walked the halls, she went back to her bedroom to pack. The news that Sandry meant to leave for Emelon within the week made Landrig House buzz like an overturned beehive. The servants soon learned that when the normally kind Sandry was this angry, it was best simply to get out of her way. Ambrose and Ilaga were made of sterner stuff. Their discussion with her ended in a shouting match that drove Briar out into the rose garden. He had little to pack now that his things from the palace were bundled up. He placed his personal shack-in on a stone bench so it could soak up sunlight while not moving, and proceeded to give the garden a last inspection. Ambrose found him while he strengthened the roses against parasites.
I had thought she would finally see it is her duty to stay and represent her people.
Ambrose told Briar without preamble.
To represent them in the noble assembly. You must reason with her.
She's in no mood for reason. Or didn't you notice?
Briar asked, viewing one rose's leaves and stems from every angle.
Besides, she's got duties at home, too. Didn't she tell you? She's one of His Grace's 2 top people. She keeps his castle for him and advises him as he governs the country. If he goes out of Summersea, she stays there in his place. There's rumors he's going to make her his heir. She doesn't believe that one, but I do. His Grace's heir is bleat-brained.
Ambrose sat hard next to the shack-hand.
She never mentioned it.
Briar gently fed the rose a little extra power.
Probably because she doesn't think he'll disinherit Franzen to put her in his place. The rest of it she calls just helping Uncle out. His own seneschal gets her signature for plenty of things, rather than pester His Grace. But just because she talks it down doesn't mean she doesn't think it's important. She loves Emelon. Maybe she could have loved it here, but there's no chance of that now. Once Sandry hates something, she puts all she's got into it.
Covering his face with his hands, Ambrose groaned.
The Landreg women all have this mulish streak.
Do you think?
Briar asked a little too innocently. Moving to one of the trees, he called,
"This is the last year you'll be getting apples from this old woman. She's tired."
He stroked the tree's trunk.
"But let her stand, will you? She's got plenty of good years as a tree left."
I wouldn't dream of cutting her down,
Ambrose said, dropping his hands.
I've had plenty of good apples from her, and hid out from my relatives in her branches. I only wish you'd had time to go over all our fields at Landreg Castle.
Briar looked at him.
"There's no saying I might not come back, but on my terms, without all this glitter and flash. I'm just a plain lad at heart."
Ambrose's grin made him look like a boy for a moment.
Well, plain lad, you're always welcome in my home, wherever I make it.
As soon as they reached Landreg House, Triss abandoned her packed trunks and bags to the care of servants. Saying the briefest hellos to Sandry's cousins and to Jegors, she went to her room to lie down. She had expected that playing with storms would give her a sound night's sleep. That was always a treat for a light sleeper like her. Working with the Sith to block up that hidden entry to the palace would have been a guarantee not just of sound sleep, but of late sleep. Doing both, then waking at dawn to pack, left her feeling as if someone had put gravel in her joints and plaster in her skull. She needed to rest for a while, to ease her aching limbs. That took longer than she had expected. It was late afternoon when she opened her eyes.
"Oh, cat dirt,"
she muttered. She clambered down from the high bed, stripping off her overgown and undergown. She traded them for a plain blue gown in the Caption style, then washed her face and hands. At least her braids did not look tatty. The forces she kept in them made each hair cling to the others. It was a side effect that not only looked tidy, but it spared her the need to rebraid her hair every day. Triss hated repeat work. After smoothing her stockings and putting her shoes back on, Triss went to see if Jegors needed help in his packing.
"There's no telling how far he's gotten, given how easily distracted he is,"
she thought as she knocked on his door. There was no answer. Triss knocked again, then consulted with the draft that slid into the hall from his room.
"You'd best not be naked,"
she called through the keyhole and opened the door. Jegors was fully clothed. He had jammed himself into the corner between his bed and the wall, where he had curled into a knot, his arms locked around his drawn-up knees. Chime clicked anxiously at him from the bed, her clear wings half outstretched to keep her balanced. Triss looked around with a scowl. Zhegor's scant belongings were still in the cupboard where he kept them.
Were you planning to leave everything you own behind? Were you going to count on the wind to keep you warm in the mountains? They get very cold this time of year. You're going to need the woolens we got you.
I'm not going.
The man's voice came from inside the tangle of arms and legs.
Vimese Daja told me to go away. If she's leaving and she wants me to go away, then I can't come. And she's the one who speaks for me, because the fire is hers. If she goes away and tells me to go away, then I have to stay here.
Triss propped her hands on her hips.
In case you haven't noticed, and it seems you haven't, I'm the one who's been looking after you lately. Well, Briar and I. We're the ones who said you were going to Winding Circle.
With dreadful patience, she continued,
To go there, you have to leave here. If I have to show you the kind of fire I handle, Asaya witness it, you'll be too scared to think. And since you're not doing so well at thinking right now, maybe that's for the best. You forget about Daja's fire and worry about mine.
Zhegor looked up at her, his eyes haggard.
You're confusing me. I only know Vimese Daja says I can't be around her. She's going, so I can't.
Triss turned on her heel, ready to do battle.
God save me from madmen and their notions. As if my temper hasn't been tried enough lately.
She stalked down the gallery to Daja's room and knocked, then turned the doorknob. The door was locked.
Daja!
She cried, letting a wind carry the call through the keyhole so she wouldn't startle the household.
Go away! I don't want to talk to anyone!
You don't get off that easily,
thought Triss. She went to the bay at the end of the gallery and opened the windows. As far as she could tell, no one on this floor had taken advantage of the narrow terrace that wrapped around the building on this level. Triss knew it was there because she had looked down on it during her time in the house. Now it gave her a second way to get to Daja, one that Triss was irritable enough to use.
Whatever mood she's in, she had no right to upset Zhegor,
thought Triss angrily.
Daja of all people should know how fragile our crazy man is.
Walking past the long sets of windows that formed doors into the rooms beyond, Triss reached the pair that would open into Daja's room. They were unlocked. She yanked one open and walked into Daja's sitting room.
Daja, I want a word with you.
A silver goblet flew at her head from the shadows. Triss ducked out of the way. She knew a warning shot when she saw one. Preparing for a flying piece of metal that would hit her, she twirled on one foot. The still breezes that were as much a part of her clothing as her shift twirled hard around her and continued to twirl. They made an airy shield that would knock the next missile aside. Daja's power shone from the bedroom. Determined, Triss went to the door.
If you were just going to be a brute to me, I would have stood for it, because when itch comes right down to scratch, you traitors don't know how to act,
she said cruelly. Triss knew from early experience that sharpness spurred Daja harder than kindness.
But you had no right to frighten poor old Zhegor out of what wits he's got. You're some kind of talisman for him, and when you tell him to go away, he thinks it means he can't travel with us. Now you get off your behind and go tell him you wouldn't think of leaving him. Later!
Daja cried. She lay in bed on her belly, raising her face from her pillows to talk.
I'll talk to him later, Triss. And I won't talk to you at all right now, so go away! And insulting my traitor blood won't work either. you rat-nosed, pinch-coin, gold-grubbing merchant.
Triss was about to blister the other girl when she caught the ragged tones in Daja's voice. With a frown she walked over and plumped herself on the bed, reining in her whirling breezes until they were still again. Daja turned her face away from Triss too slowly.
"Oh, dear,"
Triss said, understanding. Daja's eyes were puffy and wet. Her nose ran. Triss dug out a handkerchief and stuffed it into Daja's hand. When Daja tried to pull the hand away, Triss grabbed her wrist.
"Did he really think she would come?
Triss asked through their magic.
Give up her own place at court, at the Empress's side, to live on your generosity? Rizu's proud, Daja. She has every right to be. As mistress of the wardrobe, she decides what every guardsman and servant in the palace wears. She chooses the imperial wardrobe. What would she have in Summersea compared to all that?"
But I love her!
Cried Daja, accepting the renewed connection between them without a struggle.
I thought she loved me!
Triss sighed and patted Daja's heaving back.
At least she didn't laugh at you when she found out how you felt. At least she didn't turn you into a joke for her friends. And she told you something about yourself you really ought to know. That you're beautiful and worth loving, even for just a summer.
All the boys I went with in Summersea after we came back from Kugisco said I was cold. I didn't like kissing them. It was nothing special, like all the books say love is. Then, when I liked kissing Rizu, it was such a blessing. I'm not cold. I was just kissing the wrong people. Even living with Lark and Rosethorn, I never thought that maybe I should try kissing girls. None of them drew me. Have you ever...
Triss shook her head.
No interest. And the boys don't want to kiss a fat girl like me. They're also scared of me. That doesn't help.
They sat in silence for a long time, Triss simply rubbing Daja's shoulders. Finally, Daja pushed herself up and turned over to sit on the bed.
They made a joke of you?
She asked roughly and blew her nose.
Twice. After that, I tried not to let boys know when I liked them. One time, the boy set up a meeting in a garden. Then he and his friends dumped honey on me. They told me even a gallon of honey wasn't enough sweets to satisfy a tub like me.
Miserable, dung-grubbing pavowl. Did you lose control?
I called the rain to get the honey off me. All right, to run them off, too. But I've been trying to be good about it, about the weather.
And the other boy?
Asked Daja, getting up to splash water on her face.
They made fun of him until he came to hate me,
Triss said with a shrug.
At least both times we left the towns. Eventually.
She could feel the heat in her face. If there had been light in here, Daja would have seen her humiliated blush.
I dove into my studies after that and tried not to notice any boys. Most of them just aren't like Briar, you know? He'll drive you to commit murder, but the only part of him that's hidden is the good part. And he isn't nasty to any female, have you noticed? Not to the little farm children or the old grannies who want to tell him how beautiful they were in their prime.
That's because he knows Rosethorn would pull him out by the roots and throw him on the compost heap if he was.
Both girls looked at each other and giggled softly at the image of Briar thrown out with the rotten leaves of cabbage and the heaps of dead weeds. When they had quieted, Daja suddenly kissed Triss on the cheek.
I had forgotten that Sandry wasn't my only sati. Thank you.
Don't go telling people. I have a reputation to protect.
She slid off the bed.
I am sorry about Rizu, Daja.
Daja sniffled and blew her nose again.
I think it will probably hurt for a while. I felt so free when I was with her.
She shook the wrinkles from her clothes. Obedient as always to Sandry's wishes, the garments went as smooth as if Daja had never lain on them.
I'll talk to Jegors. I wish he wouldn't take things so literally. But then he is mad, isn't he?
I think he'll always be somewhat mad, yes.
Triss replied, following her down the gallery.
But he's somewhat on the mend.
They were all sitting down to a strained dinner when Jegors sat bolt upright.
A man with a blade,
he said, eyes wide.
In the house.
Briar and the girls scrambled to their feet as a footman darted in from the kitchen, panic in his eyes.
My lady, my lord, he came through the servants' gate. Forgive me, but the guard just stepped away.
There was a sword at his back, with Jack gripping the hilt. Briar readied his magic, as did his sisters. From the corner of his eye, Briar saw Jegors grab a silver pitcher for use as a weapon.
"You dare!"
cried Sandry.
"You—"
Jack sheathed the sword and raised his hands.
I'm sorry, but I had to see you, and it's not like you're opening the door to callers,
he said, his eyes on Sandry.
I just wanted you to know. I had no part in what Finn did. I'll have no part in anything else of the kind. I swear it by Rohain the Judge. May he cut off my hands if I lie.
They all watched him for a moment. Then the tension in the room eased. Briar sat down and applied himself to his meal once more. If Jack wasn't a threat, Briar wasn't about to let his food get cold.
"Why?"
Sandry demanded, quivering as if she might yet flee him.
"Why do you have such a distaste for it, when so many other men do not?"
Ambrose cleared his throat.
You judge us all by the actions of a few, cousin.
Sandry made a face.
"I'm sorry, Ambrose,"
she apologized, her voice still raspy.
"I'm overwrought, I suppose."
Elaga sighed.
Really, my dear husband, for a man who is so clever, you can be so short-sighted. What else is she supposed to do? When any unmarried woman of Western Namorn must live her life and judge all men by those few who have successfully stolen women away. Each time a man succeeds, we place our daughters and our sisters under new safeguards. We put their lives under new restrictions. We give them new signs that a man in whose company they find themselves might plan to kidnap them. Don't we teach our women to view all men according to the actions of a few?
Ambrose stared at his wife, speechless.
Ouch,
thought Briar, finishing his sturgeon.
That's got him where he sits. I wonder if it will make him a little more angry about this precious custom he's lived with.
Elaga beckoned to a maid and the footman who had announced Jack and murmured instructions. The maid hurried from the room. The footman brought a chair from against the wall and set it at the table between Ambrose and Daja.
And I'm one of the ones who gets to live with what those few have done.
Jack looked at Elaga.
You remember, don't you? My mother's best friend?
Briar saw a shadow cross Elaga's face.
I certainly do. She killed herself, rather than live with a man who stole her.
Jack looked at Sandry and shrugged.
My mother told me the story all my life. She made me swear never to insult a good woman in such a way, and to protect any women in my care who were trapped in that situation. You're a lovely girl, Sandry, even if you aren't exactly broken to bridle.
Briar choked on a mouthful, thinking,
someone else isn't falling all over her clay-hameness.
Sandry glared at him.
But I won't break my vow to my mother, not for all the fortune in the world. You can't judge all Namorn by the imperial courts, Sandry. I feel like you haven't given us a chance.
Sandry looked down at her lap. For a very long moment she said nothing. Finally she replied softly,
Probably I haven't. But as long as I am who I am, I don't think your court will give me a chance either.
Makes sense,
Briar thought.
And she's got a point. They all wanted to be her friend without even knowing who she is.
Daja inched her chair over, leaving room for Jack to take the empty seat as the maid returned with place settings so he could join them for their meal. As the footman filled Jack's wine glass, the young nobleman looked at Sandry.
This is also me saying goodbye for a while. I'm in disgrace with Her Imperial Majesty, so I'm on my way back to my family's lands.
Ilaga gasped. Briar grinned. Somehow he wasn't surprised.
I bet he was supposed to try grabbing Sandry if she wouldn't say yes to a normal proposal.
You've been a bad lad?
Jack grinned.
Until one of her hunting dogs takes sick again, or one of her old great aunts descends on the palace for a visit. Then she'll remember I have my uses.
He winked at Sandry.
I'm very good with crotchety ladies, old and young.
Sandry sat bolt upright, glaring at him, then seemed to remember where she had left her sense of humor. She began to giggle.
Oh, good,
said Jack, applying himself with gusto to his veal with caviar.
I was afraid that pine cone you've been sitting on so righteously was dug in permanently.
Jack!
Cried Ilaga, shocked. Ambrose and Daja groaned. Trish shook her head over this unexpected side to the nobleman, while Briar cackled wickedly. Glancing at Sandry, he thought to her,
Nice to see someone who will say what he thinks straight out.
She made a rude gesture in reply.
You never learned that from the Duke. You learned that one from me.
I'll have to remember that pine cone,
he said to Jack.
Every time she loses it, you think life is safe, and then she finds it again.
Sandry threw a roll at him and looked at Jack.
You've never been like this before,
she accused. Jack cut another bite of veal.
See, I'm off my leash. I don't have to worry about pleasing you or the Empress.
So why don't you leave, if it's that much of a pain?
Because I like being useful. Don't you?
The evening took a lighter turn after that. They lingered at the table, talking long after the last crumbs of their fruit and cheese were gone. Then they went to the sitting room to play games, tell stories, and nibble on cakes for tea. Even Daja stayed and seemed at least to be happy for something to take her mind off Rizu. At last Jack said goodbye in the front hallway and went on his way. Sandry sighed as the door closed behind him.
I'm sorry I didn't get to know him better now,
she told the rest of them.
Maybe I would have liked him enough to stay. But I couldn't. Not and leave Uncle without someone to look after him properly.
We're hardly going to talk you out of that. We all like the old man, and he doesn't play games with his people.
It sounds wonderful,
Ilaga told them wistfully.
But Her Imperial Majesty really has done so much good for the Empire.
And she's done it without me. As soon as I'm gone, she can get back to her real work. She'll hardly know I'm gone.
Triss thought that Berenine would remember Sandry for quite some time, but she also thought that another yawn like the one that had just overtaken her might split her jaws apart.
I'm for bed. Good night, everyone.
She climbed up the staircase, chime flying in loose circles over her head. It was time for the nightly battle she always fought when she shared sleeping quarters with Chime.
Who knew so much space could be taken up by a small glass dragon?
She asked herself for the 1000th time.
She just sprawls somehow, and manages to fill any bed or bedroll I want to sleep in.
Just before she reached the top step, Triss felt something, though she could not be sure what it was.
A cold pocket of air? Slimy cold air, if there's such a thing.
It was her last coherent thought before her foot slipped. Triss fought to turn and fall the way her teachers in hand-to-hand combat had taught her, but some other force yanked both of her feet high in the air. She did not simply fall. With Chime's screams like scraped crystal in her ears, Triss cartwheeled and bounced down the long stair, hitting every hard step with what felt like a different part of her body. "17. While servants ran for the best healer in the district, Sandry requested and got a heavy sheet of canvas. She spread it out next to Triss, struggling not to look at her sister's contorted body.
"I'll just cry if I do. And if I cry, I'm no good to anyone,"
she told herself, smoothing the canvas over and over. She looked around.
"Briar?"
she asked, her voice still rasping.
"Right here."
He had come to stand on Triss's other side, knowing without asking what she needed from him. Together, using their power as carefully as they had ever done, Sandry and Briar worked with the hemp cloth, wriggling it very carefully under the unconscious Triss. All of their concentration was on getting the cloth in place without causing her more pain. By the time it was under her, the healer and her 2 assistants had come. The woman nodded in approval of their work, then stepped back. The assistants let their magic flow out to grip the makeshift stretcher. Gently they raised it and floated Triss upstairs. Sandry trotted after them.
"She's a mage. She's a mage with weather. Her hair is her mage kit,"
she explained breathlessly, frightened for Triss.
"Chime, go to Briar. You can't help her. Chime, I mean it. Don't make me use magic on you."
When Chime reluctantly changed course and flew back downstairs to Briar, Sandry babbled on.
"Please, whatever you do, V Macy's, V Nain, don't undo Triss's braids or you'll release something. I think they're spelled so only she can untie them."
They had gone into Triss's room. Now the healer turned back, her finger to her lips.
"We will tend to her. Thank you for the information about her power and her braids. Now let us do our work."
She closed the door in Sandry's face. Briar and Daja came up the stairs at a slower pace, Briar with Chime on his shoulder. Once the door was closed, the only signs of life inside came when the assistants popped in and out with requests for hot water, cloths, tea, and the like. Sandry, Daja, and Briar sat on the floor out of the assistants' way, Sandry with Chime in her lap, Daja and Briar leaning against each other. Ambrose and Elaga had stayed below to settle the household and to bring in a mage to see what had made Triss fall so spectacularly. When they finally came upstairs, Elaga ordered a footman to bring chairs for everyone. She and Ambrose took their own seats, waiting for news, while the 3 young mages lurched to their feet to sit in a more dignified way. After half an hour's silence, Briar announced,
"We can see magic, you know. There was no need to call an outsider in. There wasn't a spell on the steps."
"Have you studied curses?"
Ambrose asked quietly.
"Just the usual stuff. No specialization,"
whispered Daja.
"They're disgusting."
"Yes, but some people here use them,"
Elaga said.
"A very few are so good that they can place a curse in a hidden place, where even those who see magic won't see it. There it remains until it's called to life. Then it will seek out its target."
She looked at her hands.
"Ishabal, Lady Hammer, is said, in whispers, you understand, to be able to wield curses without detection. Subtle curses. Ones that seem like accidents."
"But then every time there is a household accident, People could well think they had drawn the wrath of the Empress. You would follow that road to madness.
Or to very well-behaved citizens.
It was an accident,
Sandry insisted, her face white.
Did I bring this on Triss?
She asked herself.
Is she hurt now because I couldn't be a good girl and simply wait out the summer to go home?
When I fall on stairs, I land on my knees, or my back, or my side. If I'm on my side, I roll. If I'm on my back, I slide. On my knees sometimes I slide down a little.
Briar traced a vine on the back of one hand, his voice muffled.
I never cartwheeled. I never bounced. She couldn't even grab hold of the rails. Did you see? But she was taught how to fall, same as the rest of us. She can twirl a mean staff. She can kick a fellow's...
He looked at Alaga and changed what he was about to say.
Teeth up between his ears. And she can fall properly, so she doesn't hit anything important, so she can stop herself and get back on her feet. Except here, she just kept going.
They hope if she stays behind, they can persuade her that her interests are better served in Namorn? What she can do, it is so very overwhelming, to manipulate the weather itself.
But if this is a curse from Ishabal, and Triss finds out, I wouldn't want to be in her shoes. Traitor Loggett, I wouldn't want to be near her. Triss certainly won't be hoping to work for the crown.
Sandry nibbled her thumbnail, considering what Ambrose had said.
She's the most fearsome of us, on the surface of things. What if they just didn't want her going with us?
Briar shrugged.
Easiest solved. We don't leave without her.
Sandry agreed, but her skin crept at the same time. Triss's injuries weren't as simple as a broken leg. Even with a good healer, she would need time, weeks, to recover. How many things could go wrong if they stayed on here for weeks? The clock had struck 2, and Daja was drowsing when the bedroom door opened. The healer emerged. She was sweaty and shaky. Her hair straggled out from under the cloth scarf that covered her head. One of her assistants had to help her to stay on her feet. The other carried her medicines.
The healer looks like she battled Hakoi the Smith God and lost,
thought Sandry, rising to her feet. Everyone else stood to see what the woman had to say.
The last time I treated anyone so badly off, he'd fallen 30 feet down a cliff, and he died.
The healer's voice was an exhausted croak.
Your friend won't die. Miraculously, she has 5 broken ribs, and none of them punctured her lungs. None of the broken bones cut through the skin, a blessing I never looked to get.
A very well-crafted curse.
Alaga glared at him.
How bad is Triss?
The healer had looked at Ambrose when he said curse.
Ah, things become clearer. It explains much.
She sighed. Sandry beckoned to the assistant who held the woman upright and pointed to her chair. Getting the hint, the young man carefully lowered the healer to the seat. Alaga whispered to the maid who had stayed up in case anyone needed anything. The girl scampered off.
Your girl has no punctured organs or skin. She has a broken collarbone, a dislocated shoulder, 2 small cracks in her skull, a broken cheekbone, 1 arm broken in 2 places, a broken wrist, 5 broken ribs, a dislocated hip, 3 breaks in her right leg, and a broken ankle on the left. She also has several broken fingers and toes.
The healer said once she'd caught her breath.
It is a miracle. Or, if it is a curse, as you say, then it was deliberately constructed to save the girl's life. There is only one curse weaver in the Empire with that level of skill, and that is all I will say on that topic.
Sandry, Briar, and Daja exchanged horrified looks. They had all seen their fair share of injuries and healing. Never had they seen anyone who had endured the mauling Triss had.
I'm going to be sick,
thought Sandry. She bit the inside of her cheek and forbade her stomach to misbehave.
I did what I could tonight. She has been very well taught. I was able to work inside her power and around it with very little difficulty indeed. It's always delightful to handle a mage who has been trained by good healers in the art of keeping power controlled. The hip and shoulder are back in their sockets. I was able to heal the ribs and skull completely. They are the most dangerous breaks. She is fortunate that she had no blood collecting inside her skull. I started the healing of the collarbone and jaw and braced the broken limbs. I have safeguarded her for infection and shock. Tomorrow, when I come, I will bring 2 colleagues who will help to undo what healing has been done tonight on those breaks I was unable to look after, and begin clean healing for the rest of the broken bones.
Begin?
Ambrose asked with a frown. Briar was nodding.
This is not as simple a matter as a single broken arm or leg, good Saghad.
The healer's male assistant replied at his most polite.
The more injuries the victim endures, the more time is needed for healing. If the healers do not take care, the repair will be weak and the bone will break again, or scarring will take place and will put the patient's entire body at risk.
The senior healer nodded.
But we were planning to leave for Emelon soon,
Sandry heard herself say.
My dear Vimese, forgive me,
said Ambrose as the maid arrived with tea for everyone. She served the healer first as Ambrose continued.
This is my cousin, Sandraline Clayhame Fa Landreg, who is also Saghada Fa Toren in Emelon. These are Vimese Daja Kasubo and Vinane Briar Moss. Your patient in there is Vimese Trisana Chandler.
Clayhame.
The healer bowed her head, but did not try to get to her feet. She impatiently waved away an offer of cakes from the maid.
The girl, Triss, she tried to tell me she was leaving soon as well. I let her know she won't be leaving that bed for at least a week. More, if she tasks herself.
Sandry firmed her lips, which tried to tremble and make her look like a pouting child.
As my sister, she will have the finest care money can buy.
Not much family resemblance. But it is as I have told you. She asks to see the 3 of you. She will not take the sleeping medicine until she sees you. So please, attend to her immediately, so she will sleep.
Chastened, the 3 young mages filed into Triss's room, Chime riding on Daja's shoulder. Once inside, they all stopped to stare. One of Triss's arms and one of her legs was bound to slats and covered in tightly wrapped bandages. Splinted fingers and toes had their own wooden supports secured with white linen. All of her braids hung loose. The lingering tracks of the healer's magic were evident on Triss's skull and body. None of them had ever seen anyone so badly hurt that they weren't on their feet in a few days, given a good healer. Triss looked naked without her spectacles, which had been smashed in her fall. Sandry went to Triss's writing box and took out one of the spare pairs of spectacles that lay with the pens and ink sticks. Carefully she settled them on Triss's nose, taking care to touch none of the bruises on Triss's face.
At least your nose wasn't broken.
Triss raised the unbroken arm and laid her splinted hand on Sandry's. Her magical voice, while exhausted, was not as faint as her battered form might lead them to expect.
Don't put off leaving for me,
she told them, her magical voice reaching Briar and Daja as well.
You meant to go day after tomorrow. Go. Don't risk getting stuck here.
We're not leaving you,
Sandry retorted, her chin sticking out.
Don't be ridiculous.
Don't you be ridiculous,
Triss snapped in reply, her thought voice as stern and forceful as pain and drugs would allow.
I can catch up once I'm able to ride. I move faster alone than you will in a group. And when I go, I'll have cooked up a shield that will return any ill wishes and curses to the sender whether I see them coming or not. But the longer you put off going, the more they'll be able to put in your way. Right now they seem to think I'm the biggest threat. They have no idea how dangerous you all are. That will help you. Take Shegors and Gudruni and the children and go. Now.
I don't want to say it,
Briar said aloud.
But she makes sense.
I hate it when she does that.
Sandry glared at them. Apparently Daja and Briar had yet to reopen their connection to each other, though obviously they had renewed their ties to Triss and Sandry.
This is no time for jokes.
Oh, there's always time for jokes,
Briar replied with his sweetest smile. The healer's male assistant opened the door.
She says to come out.
He walked over to the bed and picked up a cup of dark liquid.
And she says you will drink this.
Go home. I'll catch up as soon as I can.
We'll do it,
Briar assured Triss. He leaned down and kissed her unbruised forehead.
You've got a good plan there. Get better.
I'll be happy to leave as soon as possible. Rizu or no.
Daja added, kissing the top of Triss's head carefully.
Don't mind Sandry. She only goes on her nobleness when she's frightened.
She followed Briar out of the room. Triss looked at Sandry. The healer cleared his throat.
I feel like I'm deserting you,
Sandry explained, looking at the floor.
Try feeling like you're using common sense. That's what I do when I'm doing what I think is right.
She swallowed the medicine. The healer set the cup aside and steered Sandry out of the room, closing the door behind them. A last look at Triss showed Sandry that her eyelids were shut. She was already asleep. The 23rd through 26th days of Rose Moon 1043 KF, Landrag House, Dan Cruan, Namorn. Sandry lowered the lid on her last trunk and locked it, then nodded permission for the footman to take it away. She wondered if she ought to look in on Triss one last time. Triss had barely woken for 2 days, steeped in the spells of 3 healers. Sandry, Briar, and Daja had already said their goodbyes to her around midday. Somehow Sandry doubted Triss would be up at dawn to wave goodbye to their small caravan of 3 mages, Gudruni and her children, Shegors, and the 10 men-at-arms Ambrose had detailed to escort her to the border. Sandry looked at Ambrose, who sat in her window seat reading an account book.
I wish you wouldn't send those 10 guards with me. You need them back home, and we'll move faster without them.
It would look shabby if we sent you off without. I will not let it be said that I failed in my duty to you.
Sandry shook her head and took a folio of Advocate's papers from the bed. She gave it to Ambrose.
They're properly witnessed and sealed. The Advocate filed copies with the clerks of the Court of Law here and for Landrig District. It's what I said I'd do. You'll never have to send me a set allowance every year again. Before you send a coin to me, you'll see to any repairs and improvements on the estate.
The Empress will still tax me. I'm not the landholder, so I cannot contest the taxation in court. And I won't be able to free other brides like Gudruni, because I am not her liege lord.
Do as the Advocate suggests in there.
Sandry pointed to the folio.
And double list all the unmarried women of my estates on your own lands, so you can declare yourself their liege lord. He says it should withstand a challenge in a court of law. It's expensive, but you can take the money from what you would send to me for that purpose, with my blessing.
Sandry twisted her handkerchief.
Cousin, if I put off my escape, sooner or later the Empress will find a way to keep me here. I can't allow that. I have duties in Emelon, as she well knows. I've told her I will not stay. I will not give way to that famous imperial will. Uncle needs me, and you are a far better landlord than I could be. Can't we just leave it at that?"
Ambrose was about to reply when a maid rapped on the open door.
"Forgive me, Clayhame, Saghad, but a man has come to call on the Clayhame. He says to tell her only that it is Shan."
He plays a risky game,
Ambrose murmured as he stood to go. Sandry got to her feet, shaking out her skirt.
"I will see him in the small sitting room,"
she ordered. As the maid went off to do as she was told, Sandry went into the dressing room to inspect her appearance. Her gowns were an arrangement of 2 shades of blue that made her eyes brighter. She tucked a strand of hair away and pinned a sheer white veil over her head, then bit her lips gently to make them look redder.
"I don't know why I'm doing this. After the way he's lied to me, making me think... Well, I'll at least give him a piece of my mind."
Shan stood by the window when she came in at a bustling pace, her chin up, her hands folded in front of her. When he turned and bowed, she caught herself admiring his broad shoulders and warming to his kind smile.
"Stop that,"
she ordered herself.
"He's played you like a fish on the line. Start acting less damp."
"Sandry, they told me you're leaving."
2 steps brought Shan up to her. Before she realized his intentions, he wrapped his strong arms around her and kissed her, slowly and sweetly. When she tried to pull away, he simply deepened his kiss. Finally, when they were both breathless, he drew back to whisper,
"Don't go. Stay here. Marry me. You like me, you know you do. I think I would make a wonderfully amusing husband."
That brought her to her senses. When he moved in for another kiss, she got her hands up to his broad chest and shoved. It was like trying to push a marble statue. The bang of wood on wood outside reminded her that servants were stowing their luggage for their departure tomorrow. Shan held her tighter and ran his lips over her ear. Sandry gasped, her treacherous knees going weak, then ordered his clothes to move away from her. Shan could hardly fight his own clothing as it dragged him back. He clung to Sandry until she summoned a cushioned chair. Since the cushions were firmly nailed to the seat, the entire chair slammed into Shan's knees. He yelped and let go of her. His clothes yanked him down onto the chair and wove themselves into the cushions.
"Don't try to get up,"
she warned, her voice trembling.
"If you do, I swear it by Shuri, you will go home with a chair as part of your breeches. You'll be the laughingstock of all Dan Cruin and your precious court."
He stared at her as if she had lost her wits.
"What is going on? You like me."
He smirked.
"And I know you like kissing me."
"Kissing isn't all there is to life,"
Sandry retorted, repeating something her uncle's mistress had once said.
"I did like you, before I found out what a two-faced liar you are. You sneak around to see me because you have all you can handle at night in Berenine's chambers."
Shan shook his head.
"That has nothing to do with you and me, Sandry. Yes, I'm her lover, but it's not like I really have a choice. She holds my purse strings."
"I'd say that's not all she holds,"
Sandry snapped, blushing for her own vulgarity.
"And I repeat, that has nothing to do with you or me or our getting married. Once we're married, I'll be yours completely. I'll be a faithful husband and a good father,"
he said, reaching out to her.
"We can make a wonderful life together."
"You'll have more than that,"
said Ambrose. The door was open a crack. Now Ambrose opened it all the way to come in. Meticulous as always, he closed it behind him.
"Did Père Shan ever mention that the Roths were the second most powerful family in the Empire, until his father and uncles gambled most of the estate away?"
Ambrose inquired, testing the cushion of a chair as if to make sure it would not attack him.
"They have 50 acres where once they had 20,000. From 20 seats in the noble assembly, they have 1.
He sat gingerly and continued,
I think Pershan came to court thinking that he could woo the Empress into marrying him. It might even have worked. His family is so reduced, he presents no threat to the lords who might reject a more powerful man as imperial consort. If she had set that marriage before them, they might well have approved it.
Ambrose looked at the captive, ice in his pale blue eyes.
But he knows Her Imperial Majesty better now, don't you, Shan? She means it when she says she will not share power. When she tires of him, he returns to being nothing, instead of a man who wields influence over her. And she will tire of him. Canaille can vouch for that.
Ambrose turned his gaze to Sandry as she sank down in a chair.
But you come along. If you cared to, you could wield real power in the Empire. You are a kinswoman of the Imperial House, vastly wealthy in your own right, with plenty of rich farmland, tenants, mines, fishing grounds, and forests as your inheritance. Married to you, Pershan Fairroth would be a great noble. He would no longer fear the day when the imperial smile vanishes. Even Berenine would have to treat him with respect.
Sandry, why do you even listen to this dried-up bookkeeper? Love isn't a requirement for marriages in our class, but I know we would come to love each other. You're so beautiful, you're charming, you're intelligent, you have a sense of humor. How could I not love you? I would treat you with the respect and affection you deserve, and any man who offended you would be my enemy. Moreover, I'll wager your mage friends would stay if you did. Rizu would be overjoyed if Daja changed her mind.
Sandry held up a hand to stem the flood of persuasion. When he shut up, she asked,
Did you tell her?
What?
Asked Shan, baffled.
Did you tell Berenine you were going to ask me to marry you?
Her Imperial Majesty? No, I didn't want to come back to her in shame if you refused me.
Did you tell anyone? Any of your friends at court?
Of course not. You know how they laugh at failure.
Is it their laughter you fear? Or the chance they might tell Berenine what you're up to?
Sandry got to her feet, unweaving his bonds to the chair under him.
You're so afraid of her. You sneak behind her back to even talk to me. I bet the next thing on your list was suggesting a nice private wedding. Intimate. Just a few friends. No fuss. Maybe out in the country?
Assuredly out in the country.
And then we'd get to the business of baby-making, and return once I'd begun to show. Because you'd want to come back to Berenine only after there's absolutely no way she can break the marriage without looking foolish. This is about her, not me. You want to throw it in her face that you could be politically powerful without her.
Sandry, you're taking this all wrong.
Get out. Go on, stand up.
Carefully Shan stood and dusted his backside. Sandry continued in an even tone.
When and if I marry, it will be to an honest man. Please go now, before I lose my temper.
My dear, think this over. We could truly be happy together.
My temper is fraying, and so are your clothes. Goodbye, Pershan Fairroth.
Ambrose opened the door. Shan risked a last look at Sandry, then fled. Ambrose closed the door.
Will his clothes really come off?
He saw that Sandry was silently weeping. Walking over, he held her as he would one of his daughters.
He was unworthy of you, cousin.
I just hate being made a fool of.
Love makes fools of us all, and desire does far worse. Forget him. You deserve better, and you will find it.
Sandry hugged him tightly, then pulled away, searching for her handkerchief. She blew her nose and said mournfully,
But he probably won't be as handsome.
Ambrose chuckled.
He will be if you love him. Come along to supper. You'll feel better for some beet soup.
Triss stirred. It was near midnight. She remembered saying farewells to her friends earlier, though the spells and drugs the healers used to keep her still made her memory a bit fuzzy on exactly when. She knew she was not alone. There was a maid stitching by lamplight in one corner. From the way she jerked her thread through the cloth, she was angry. From the frequent glares she cast at the corner to the left, the cause was the person who huddled there.
Shegors.
The man sat up. The maid put her sewing down and came to Triss's side.
We may say I'm sorry, but he wouldn't go away. We may say Dasha said to leave him be, but he's been here for an hour at least.
Thank you,
Triss said, her voice still rough.
I needed to talk to him. I would like some cold water, if you don't mind.
The maid leaned down and whispered,
Are you certain? He is so very odd.
A smile struggled on Triss's battered face.
So am I. It's all right.
The maid left them, muttering. Shegors inched closer to the bed.
I was thinking. I ought to stay here. I'll travel with you. They don't need me, not even Vimese Daja.
Pavao,
Triss said rudely, if softly.
They're going to need you, heading south.
Need me?
For a moment, Shegor's voice was so dry that he might well have been completely sane.
They need me? Vimese Triss, it's clear the healers must take the magic off you. You're starting to imagine things.
They need someone who can see and hear things on the wind. I won't be there to do that for them. That leaves you. You can warn them of danger they don't expect.
But I can't control it. It comes and it goes.
You can control it more than you did. You have your ear beads and your spectacles. Any little bit of warning will help them. Please, Shegors.
He shook his head. Triss sighed.
Shegors, you're a mage. What's the point of being a mage if you don't do something useful with your magic? Something most people can't do for themselves.
He stared at her, nonplussed. Triss met his eyes firmly. Finally he mumbled,
I'm fit to work as a mage?
Triss smiled and winced.
More fit than I am. Come on, old man. It's time to go to work. Keep doing your exercises, mind. If you have questions, Daja or Briar or Sandry can send them on to me. May I count on you?
He hung his head, trembling.
No one's ever counted on me before, except to be crazy.
Triss's eyelids were fluttering.
Then this will be a new experience. That's a good thing.
Her eyes closed. From her slow, deep breathing, she was asleep already. Shegors gently patted her unsplinted arm.
I hope I don't let you down.
Sandry, Briar, and Daja said their goodbyes in the pre-dawn light, though not to Triss, who was still sleeping under the healer's spells. They had seen her during one of her brief waking periods before they had gone to bed, and they could always speak with her from the road. They would be close enough still, only separations of thousands of miles, as in previous years, could cut their ability to speak together. As they rode through the city gates, Sandry straightened in the saddle. Watching her, Briar thought,
It's like having thick walls between her and the Empress sets her free.
Through their bond, he said,
She's got 1,000 tricks, and she hasn't played one of them yet. Don't get to feeling too comfortable.
She turned and wrinkled her nose as if she had smelled something bad.
As if I would.
The sergeant in command of the Landrag men-at-arms looked at her.
Clayheim, at the hostel near the inn where we stopped tonight, there will be merchant caravans. Some of them will be going south. if we might join one?
Sandry shook her head.
A caravan is slower. Stop fussing, please. We can move faster and take care of ourselves as a small party. And we number 3 mages among us. 4 if you count poor old Jegors.
Poor old Jegors sure isn't himself today,
murmured Briar. Jegors, to everyone's surprise, had requested a horse. It wasn't hard to see exactly how much experience as a rider he possessed. His mount insisted on wandering sidelong over the road each time he tugged the reins. Now he rode up beside Briar, a scarecrow in strange brass-lensed spectacles, on a blue roan gelding that could tell his rider was uncertain. The madman's insistence on riding in the front was also unusual, particularly when Briar could see it made Jegors nervous.
"Are you sure you wouldn't prefer keeping to the rear?"
asked Briar, jerking his head toward the luggage cart, where Gudruni talked to the driver and her children hung out the sides.
"That way you're not all out in the open."
Jegors gulped visibly.
"I promised Vimese Triss I would look out for you. That's what I'm going to do. I'm working as a mage."
Briar rolled his eyes at Daja, who smothered a giggle.
"Chime makes as good a mage, and she isn't half cracked besides,"
thought Briar.
"Oh well, Jegors will get tired of this soon enough. He's jumpier than a flea on a hot griddle." What was Triss thinking, anyway?
He asked Sandry, who was close enough to hear Jegors.
What does he mean, working as a mage?
Maybe she just told him that so he'd have something to do. Remember yesterday he wasn't going to come at all? I'll wager he talked to her. She must have known he'd come along if he thought he could help out.
Remind me to thank her.
Jegors turned his face into the wind.
"Sheep up ahead,"
he said to no one and everyone.
"Lots of them. And rain tonight."
The 27th day of Rose Moon through the 2nd day of Mead. 1043 KF. The Imperial Palace. Dan Cruin, Namorn. The next morning Ishabal Lady Hammer woke before dawn, as was her long habit. She rose and dressed, then went to see if anything important had come to her desk during the night. Entering the rooms where she did her work as the Empire's chief mage, she was pleased to find that no one was there. Even Ken, who had been keeping long hours since Berenine had set him aside, was absent.
"A rare gift, this silence,"
she thought, passing through the waiting room to her personal office.
"A chance to create a plan for the control of Tristana Chandler before I see Berenine."
A folded and sealed letter was on her desk. She picked it up. The seal was Ken's. She cracked it open and read.
Dearest Isha, when I got to my room last night, I found a letter from my mother. My father is ill and is asking for me. Please forgive me. Make my apologies to Her Imperial Majesty. I hope to return within a couple of weeks. Q.
Ishabal folded the letter with a frown.
"It is unlike Ken to abandon Berenine without saying his own goodbyes, and it is doubly so now. He has to have heard the rumors that Berenine is vexed with Shan. Even if his father's illness is real, Ken would want to take leave of Berenine himself, to impress her with his devotion to her and to his family."
She stared at a branch of candles without seeing it.
"Ken, dear boy, please do nothing you will regret."
Berenine was irritable as she ate breakfast that same morning. She had been irritable ever since Finn's attempted kidnapping revealed a severe flaw in her control over her courtiers. In the stack of notes beside her plate were a number of politely worded expressions of concern from the parents of many young women who feared for their daughters.
The brave ones actually spoke to me, annoying leeches, vexing me, doubting me.
She glanced at another stack of notes. These were more serious. They had come from Dan Cruin's mages, who wished to know why their leader had been arrested.
It won't be long before the mages' societies throughout Namorn start writing to ask the same questions. They'll be harder to placate than parents who wish their daughters to make good marriages. No matter. These mages will learn better than to question my will. Ishabal has put quite a few tricks away against a time they might think they can defy me. If necessary, they'll all find themselves sharing cage space with Vinane Natalos, and they can rot with him as far as I'm concerned. They'll learn to respect the crown if I have to repopulate every mage society in the Empire. And I blame Sandraline, unfair though that is. If the girl had simply done her duty, none of these annoyances would be on my plate now. She must be brought to an understanding of her place in my scheme of things. Thus far, I've shown her the orchids,
thought Berenine, throwing down her napkin.
It's time she found the thorns.
She stood abruptly, startling her attendants.
Hunting will settle me,
she announced.
Send for Shan. Tell the huntsman I'll look for hares for supper.
She was half-dressed in riding gear when one of her ladies came in from the outer rooms. The girl had that timid look that Berenine loathed.
I'll be so glad when Rizu feels she is her old cheerful self and can take up her tasks again,
Berenine told herself mournfully.
Rizu knows how to keep these silly girls from annoying me. If I could get her Daja back, I would have her company in the mornings again sooner rather than later.
Imperial Majesty?
The young lady began, half shrinking. Berenine glared at her.
Stand up straight. I want ladies in waiting, not mice. What is it?
The lady shrank even more.
The huntsmen say Pershan Feroth got word of a white stag seen in the Hoban forest. He left this morning at dawn to confirm its existence before your Imperial Majesty went to the expense of a hunt for it. Huntsmaster Pershan left word that his assistant would take your orders.
Berenine gripped a handkerchief and twisted it.
Shan didn't ask my permission,
she thought angrily.
If he thinks he may punish me for not welcoming him to my chamber lately, he will soon learn otherwise. But what if this report of a white stag is true? Perhaps Shan believes finding it is the way to return to my good graces. A week ago, would he still have dared leave without permission?
Berenine flapped a hand at the shrinking lady.
Fetch the assistant to me, then, and stand up straight.
The gates of Roth House, near the Landrag estates, were closing behind Shan and his companions when he saw Ken Shieldsman. Shan reined up next to his rival, certain this meeting was no accident.
What do you want?
He demanded, his fair skin flushed with rage.
If you're here to bring me back to heel, I have mages of my own.
He signaled a man and a woman who rode with his men-at-arms. They came forward, watching Ken anxiously.
And very effective, too, I'm sure,
Ken said easily, leaning on his saddle horn.
Vrohain's witness, Shan. You may as well put candles against those 3 young people. Did you think they wear medallions because they like the effect? No offense,
he said to Shan's mages.
They got their medallions at 13.
We may not be great mages, but that does not mean we will fail,
the woman retorted.
We lesser mages often work under the sight of you powerful ones. The powerful mages do not know of their danger until mages like us trap them.
That would sound better if you weren't sweating, we may say. Shan, you mule, I've come to help. She doesn't know I'm here.
There could be only one she when these two men spoke, the Empress.
I found you in my scrying glass.
You're here to help me wed the richest marriage prize in memory,
Shan asked, frowning. Then his face brightened.
I see it now. If I snag Sandry, I'll be in disgrace with her Imperial Majesty, since she's still fond of you.
Exactly. I hope you know side roads if we are to get ahead of the Clayhame.
I've left nothing to chance. I'd hoped it wouldn't come to this, if Baronine hadn't put Sandry's back up.
Ken interrupted with a raised hand.
Spare me the tale of woe,
he said, reining his horse in next to Shan's.
I'm not interested.
So sure in your magic,
Shan said with a glare.
Whatever else, you'll never be poor like me. You'll never sleep with holes in your sheets.
Ken sent out a spark that stung Shan's mount on the rump. She broke into a gallop. By the time Shan got the mare under control, he'd lost all interest in talk. He led them on, up through the hills and fields that paralleled the southern Imperial Highway, where Sandry and her companions would ride. With less traffic on the side roads than on the main route, they made good time. Experienced at long rides, Shan was careful to see that they paced their horses and switched to their remounts, resting often. Rather than deal with inns, they bought space in farmers' barns on the way.
The trick,
Shan explained to Ken over their fourth night's supper,
is to catch her when she believes no one is going to give chase. She's looking for an ambush near Den Cruin or the border. She'll be ready. But in the middle of the journey, between the two, they'll figure they're safe enough. They'll be relaxed. That's when I'll take her. I have spelled charms to distract her, if you can hold Briar and Daja. My people can handle the servants and the men-at-arms.
Of course,
Ken replied, his face unreadable. The firelight made his face look like a mask.
I did come prepared.
They may not even be that much of a problem.
Shan cut pieces from a sausage and ate them from his knife.
Plant magic and metal magic, they're not much good in a fight, are they? And we are talking about child mages pretty much. They're young to be wearing medallions.
There was a wicked glint in his eyes.
That must scrape your paint, to know they got them before you did. Perhaps Sandry bought the medallions for them so they'd feel accomplished.
Ken raised his eyebrows.
If you're looking for a fight with me, stop it. Worry about your own problems. Even once she's signed the contract and marked it with her blood, she may be hard to handle. You can't keep her bespelled all the time. What do you think will happen when you let the spells lapse? There's plenty a wife can do to a husband short of killing him. And mage wives are known to be inventive.
Shan leaned back on his elbows.
I'm not worried. You didn't see her with me, Ken. I had the girl. She would have said yes to my proposal if some damned busybody hadn't told her I was Baronine's lover. I can win Sandry back. Once she's realized this really is what she wanted all along, I think she'll be very happy to make ours the second house in the Empire. I'll ensure that she's happy. It's to my advantage, too, after all.
Ken raised his brows.
I had no idea you were so ambitious, or so foolish. Her Imperial Majesty is not going to let you off easily, you know. You'll be in disgrace. Her memory is long.
Shan smiled.
But her pockets are not. She can't afford to keep Sandry and me in disgrace for long, not if she means to keep squabbling with the Emperor and Yanjing. I plan to spend my time in exile making alliances in the Noble Assembly and in the Mages Society. Baronine helped me there, arresting Finn's uncle. Once we have enough of the people Her Imperial Majesty has vexed on our side, she will have to accept us. Me.
Ken rubbed his nose.
She is practical, it's true. Who knows? You may have the right of it. Now, where is this perfect plucking spot you told me you mean to use? You said it's just 2 more days' ride.
It's Perfect.
Shan said, pulling a map from the saddlebag beside him.
Canyon Inn. The main inn on the highway, the Blend Road Inn, will be full to bursting. There's a horse fair in that village at this time every year. My nurse's cousin, who runs Blend Road, will be sure to tell Clayhame Sandraline that Canyon Inn is more suited to her gentle nature.
He laid the map flat and indicated each location.
And the Canyon Inn is all set as a trap for my pretty bird and her little flock. With your spells, and those of my mage friends, to help me escape, I'll be long gone with Sandry by the time Daja and Briar can track us. My mother's prepared a place where I can keep Sandry till she's signed the contract and married me.
You've thought of everything, it seems.
I've planned since I knew she liked me. I'd have preferred her to accept when I proposed, but... women.
He shrugged.
She'll come around.
Shan, Ken, and their companions arrived at the Canyon Inn well in advance of Sandry's party. A check of his scrying glass told Ken it would take her another 5 days to reach them, moving at a slower pace on the main highway. Armed with that news, Shan paid a visit to his allies at the Blend Road Inn, where preparations for the horse fair were underway, and finished his arrangements at the Canyon Inn. The money for all this, Ken discovered, came from one of Baronine's gifts to Shan.
He really knows no shame,
Ken thought, watching Shan spar with his guardsman once he returned.
I wish I could share the joke with Isha.
Thinking of Shan's intentions with regard to the Noble Assembly and the Mages' Society, he wondered,
should I arrange for Shan to fail in his kidnapping? Sandry is a sweet girl, and I like her. No, I have to follow through. If Shan doesn't succeed, Baronine might forgive him in time. If he does, she will never forgive him, even though she wanted to keep Sandry in Namorn. Briar and Daja should be easy to handle. Plant mages and smith mages are generally limited to their direct workings. Once I have them bound, the hard part will be over. All I have to do is hold them until the kidnapping party is safely gone. Sandry will be Shan's problem.
With his own battle plan worked out, Ken relaxed, ambling along the gorge that was meant to be Shan's escape route, cooling his feet in the small river outside the Canyon Inn and gathering plants in the surrounding forest. He also made certain to regularly check his scrying glass for signs of Lady Sandraline's progress. The spies' reports reached Baronine 2 days before Sandry and her companions reached the Blend Road crossing. The Empress read the reports twice, the enraged flush on her cheeks deepening. Finally, she slammed a hematite ring she never took off against the desk. It would bring Ishabal to her as quickly as the woman could run. Baronine wasted no time on pleasantries when her chief mage arrived. Instead, she threw the reports at Isha's head.
Both of them,
she snapped, shoving her chair back from her desk.
Both of those arrogant young pups! Rohain witness they will pay for this. For defiance, and for thinking I would be so foolish, so besotted, as to let them get away with it.
Ishabal pretended to read the reports. Copies had already reached her that morning.
"You like proud, hot-headed young men,"
she said carefully, watching the Empress as she stood to pace.
"Such men do as they wish, always thinking there is a way to make it right."
Despite her apparent calm, she too was seething. Ken had lied to her. She did not like that. She waited until the Empress looked her way, then shrugged.
"They may well succeed. They are intelligent and talented. Lady Sandraline's gold will stay in Namorn. They may even have been foolish enough to think you would be practical, as you always are, that you will settle for the solution to the more expensive problem, the loss of Sandraline's income to Emelon."
I will not be made a laughingstock. Not by them, and not by that girl. The entire world will say the chips snagged my lover, and my former lover helped them. Enough. I have been too kind this summer. You see where my generosity has gotten me. Send orders to my household and to my men-at-arms, to those we trust without reservation. You and I ride south today. The word from my court is that I am bound for the Karakathy hunting lodge for relaxation. No one must know my true intent. I want all of them to feel my hand on them. If we must raise the magical border to stop them, I will keep all 3 of those young people in Namorn. Pershan and Canaille will remember who is the ruler in this empire.
Isha curtsied.
"Very well, Your Imperial Majesty."
Put a guard on Tristana. Have her watched. Place your best people on alert. She is not to leave Dankruin, should she be in any condition to try.
That same day, Triss got out of bed. She ached from head to toe and had to be helped into a bathtub, but she was on her feet. Grimly she made herself walk the circuit of her room twice that day, 5 times the next. The healers ordered her not to test the healing, ignoring her glare. On the 3rd morning, as she stood on the landing and contemplated the stairs to the next story down, Elaga came up to her.
"Are you supposed to do that?" "I'm supposed to be with my family."
She gripped the banister and took 1 step down.
"It's a very nice bed, Elaga, and you've been wonderful about sharing books, but I do them no good here. None of us believes Sandry will be allowed to dance out of Namorn."
Ambrose's wife steadied Triss.
"Dressed yourself, I see,"
she remarked, redoing the topmost button on Triss's gown.
"Come to my room and tell my maid how to pin your braids."
"I'd appreciate that,"
Triss said. For once she did not thrust away the offer of help.
"I don't want to admit I can't walk down on my own,"
she thought.
"I want to visit the palace tomorrow, but when I try to tuck up my braids I get dizzy lifting my arms."
Triss paused to catch her breath, thinking,
5 more steps and then I'll sit down. I'm in splendid condition for a fight, I am."
"The palace? You aren't fit to visit anywhere, let alone the palace. Who did you wish to call on? We can invite that person here."
"I'd rather have my chat with Vimese Ladyhammer somewhere else, if you don't mind,"
replied Triss, taking the next step with trembling legs.
"It may not go well."
"That chat seems like a very bad idea to me."
Elaga was as full of practicality as her husband.
"Surely your business with her is best left undone."
"It is not. I've had plenty of time to pick apart that whiff of magic I smelled before I decided to do bad tumbling tricks on the stair. It was her work. I don't know what I did to Ishabal to deserve that, and I don't care. I just want to express my unhappiness in the clearest possible way."
They had reached the 2nd floor. Triss leaned against the banister, her face beaded with sweat from exhaustion as much as pain. Elaga helped Triss into her own dressing room.
Well then, if you're foolish enough to want to quarrel with a great mage, I can't be sorry to tell you that your luck is out. We may say Lady Hammer is not at the palace. She and her Imperial Majesty left some days ago to do some hunting.
She guided Triss onto a chair and rang the bell for the maid. Triss watched Elaga's face in the looking-glass.
Do you know where?
Elaga met her gaze with sober eyes.
She has a residence in the Karakathy Hills, near Lake Glaze and the Olart border.
Where the Imperial Highway crosses the Olart border?
Yes.
Elaga beckoned to her maid.
The Empress often goes there, Triss. It doesn't mean anything.
Triss shifted in the chair so she could meet Elaga's eyes.
You don't believe that.
Elaga sighed and took a seat of her own.
It's said she was in a rage when she left, and Pershan Ferroth was missing. The gossips believe he may have gone to try to persuade Sandry to marry him after all.
Triss took a moment to explain to the maid how each braid was tucked and the mass of braids coiled before the silk net Triss offered her was pinned in place over them. As the woman got to work, Triss bit her lip, her brain racing.
Shan is the Empress's toy,
thought the redhead.
Her lover. If he went after Sandry, if he was fool enough to do it, Her Imperial Majesty would feel he'd shown her disrespect. If there's one thing rulers hate, it's disrespect. That and the possibility that people might think they're weak if it looks like someone has defied their will. So now the Empress is angry. She's worried people might say Shan, Sandry, Daja, and Briar are getting away with saying no to her. She'll want to stop them from leaving, to prove they aren't defying her.
Triss had spent much of the last 3 years entering and leaving countries. One thing most had in common was magical walls at the borders, walls that could be relied on to slow an invader and stop an individual. They could not remain up all of the time. It was too costly to do so. Such walls demanded immense amounts of magical power. They were shaped to be raised on command. The mage who did the raising had to be a great one, a mage with the power to raise a shield that held other mages back.
Baronine has lost patience,
thought Triss.
She means to keep all 4 of us as a lesson to others. Ishabal has gone with the Empress to raise the border against my sisters and brother. Namorn means to hold us like caged birds.
Triss didn't notice when Ilaga left her alone. When the maid finished, Triss thanked her and tipped her a coin for her labor. Then she left the room and began her slow, weary, aching climb back up the stair. It took her the rest of the day to pack, including stops to rest and to nap. She worked steadily with shaking hands. She had to make sure that she carried all she would need. Chime looked on. She had been in and out during Triss's recovery, and she did not care for the way Triss was acting. At sunset, Triss opened her window and turned her face into the cool wind that blew south off the Sith. She gathered its strength and put it behind her call to her friends.
I think they mean to raise the borders against you. Can you find a way around? The Empress and Ishabal will be there, I think. Maybe Kanile too. Can you hear me? Can you take strength from me?
There was no reply.
It could be a few things,
Triss thought, lurching back to the hated bed.
It could be they've gone too far, and there's too much ambient magic between us that blocks my voice. More likely, I'm worn out. If they knew I was calling and reached back, I could speak easily then, but they don't know. They're walking into the Empress's arms, with no one to warn them except Jegors.
She lay down and slept, rising in the pale gray hour before dawn. Once dressed, she freed a wind to take her saddlebags out through her window and down to the ground. That was all she dared to take with her if she wanted to move fast. It cost her a pang to turn her back on the wardrobe Sandry had made her for court, but perhaps Ambrose and Ilaga would ship the trunks to Emelon. She placed her letter to them on her bed, gathered Chime up in her arms, and slowly made her way down the stairs and out of the house. While she had enough control over her magic and her winds to lower saddlebags, she didn't feel confident enough to lower herself. She would need all of her strength to get through the day. Once outside, her wind met and followed her to the stable, where it left her saddlebags. Triss thanked it and set it free. The stables were dark. Triss didn't care. She could see perfectly well. Her mare, an easy-going creature that was accustomed to Triss's peculiarities, stood quietly as another wind from that same braid lifted blanket, saddle, and saddlebags to her back. Slowly Triss did up buckles and settled bits of tack, checking it all twice. Finally she placed Chime on the saddlebags and dragged a stool over to the mare. When she tried to pull herself into the saddle, her strength failed her part way. She lay there, half on and half off, wondering if this would be how she departed Landrag House.
"If I had any sense, I would leave you there,"
Ambrose said, pushing open the stable door to admit the early morning light.
"You're in no condition to attempt anything like this."
I have to get closer to them. Close enough at least to warn them. The healers said I was mended.
If they had known you meant to attempt a 300-mile ride when you'd been out of bed less than a week, they would have revised their diagnosis. They might even have determined that you took a harder blow to the head than they had originally thought.
Triss considered telling him, "You can't stop me," but it was hard to do while hanging crosswise over a horse's back.
"I'm going,"
she said, gripping the saddle horn. She shoved from the foot that was in the stirrup. A firm pair of hands gripped her ankle and pushed, helping her slide the rest of her weight onto her horse. Ambrose went around to tug the free leg down and place that foot in its stirrup. Then he went to saddle his own horse. Triss watched him as Chime climbed up the back of her gown and onto her shoulder.
"What do you think you're doing?"
"Since I have an idea I'll face lightning or something worse if I try to keep you, I had best go along. That way, when you fall off sometime around noon, I will have the very great pleasure of saying, 'I told you so.' Should you remain in the saddle, you will need me to pay innkeepers."
He hesitated as he checked the placement of his bridle, then asked quietly,
"Do you honestly believe the four of you can overcome border protections raised and held by a great mage? Perhaps more great mages, if Ishabal sends for them?"
Triss leaned down to rest her forehead against her mare's mane.
"I don't know. If I tell them they aren't going to be allowed to leave, they'll be angry enough to try. It may be we have a few tricks to us that no one knows of yet."
They were riding out the house gate when Ambrose drew up.
"I had forgotten we were being watched."
Triss squinted to see what he meant. Across the street, two mages stood on either side of a smaller townhouse. They were coming forward now, the silver fire of their power flickering around their hands. Chime darted forward, uttering her nails-on-glass screech, forcing them to watch her as she flashed close to their faces. Triss took advantage of their distraction to undo a quarter of another fat wind braid gleaned from a tornado. As the watchdog mages tried to strike at Chime with their power, Triss released her wind. It blasted down the street, whipping up dust, making the manes and tails of the horses stream. It yanked the female mage's veil off her hair. Chime instantly flew upward, out of the wind's reach. Triss called the gale force wind back to circle the watchdogs. It grabbed them, scrabbling in their clothes with greedy fingers. Triss did up the braid again, then gave the small gale another spin. It picked up speed, whirling around the watchdogs like a cyclone. Inside it they were blind and captive, unable to move or see. Triss gave the wind a last, hard spin, then freed it into the open air over Dan Cruen. It fled, leaving the pair behind. Briefly they wavered, then fell. It took Ambrose a moment to shake off what he had just seen.
You killed them,
he said nervously as Chime dropped down to land on Triss's saddle horn.
Nonsense.
Triss glared at Ambrose.
I knocked them out. They'll come around. I don't go around killing people, you know. Not unless I have to.
Ambrose dismounted and checked for himself. He had to yank at the watchdogs' disheveled clothing to uncover their faces and find if they were still breathing. They were. Ambrose shook his head, covered their faces again, and mounted his gelding.
Let's go, before they wake up,
he said, still shaking his head.
I told you I don't go around killing people. It's not exactly something I'd want to lie about.
Normally Gudruni's children were patient travelers, helping with chores and gleefully striking up conversations with passers-by. But the closer their company came to the Blend Road crossing and its horse fair, the unhappier the children got. Sandry could understand their basic disgust at the slowness of their travel, the dust, the lack of consideration from others on the road, and the noise, but more than once she considered cocooning the children to silence them. Zhegors did not help. He still insisted on riding beside Sandry, his bony nose in the wind whatever its direction. His declarations,
"I hear the palace,"
got to be maddening. The problem was that the Empire maintained fortresses along the highway to preserve the peace. Could his palace sounds simply be the conversation of servants of the Empire? He couldn't say. From time to time he would go silent, but he always started up again. The only rest Sandry got from his declarations was if she chose to ride at the back of their group when she got dust in her teeth. By the time they finally crawled into the overstuffed courtyard of the Blend Road Inn, Zhegors was shouting his news, drawing stares from everyone who heard them, and Sandry had a headache.
"Zhegors, will you please be quiet?"
cried Gudruni as Sandry rode forward to talk to the innkeeper.
"The children are bad enough."
She glared at her crying youngsters in the cart.
"And I mean to paddle them if they do not stop it right now. I will paddle you as well if you cannot act like an adult."
Briar, too, was covered with dust and headachy with sun, but Gudruni made him smile.
Here I thought she was a mouse,
he remarked to Daja as Sandry passed them.
Seemingly she's not.
I don't think mothers are supposed to be mice,
murmured Daja.
Maybe that's what Zhegors needs, a mother.
"I hear the palace,"
Zhegors called back to Gudruni.
"Plots and betrayal and intrigue."
"Hear them quietly,"
Gudruni insisted. She gave her children one last glare. They at least had heard the tone of their mother at the end of her rope and fallen silent.
"Clayhame, I'm sorry, but we have not a single room. You see how it is. Every house in Blend Road is full up for the horse fair."
The innkeeper stammered. He had to talk between two of Sandry's guards. They would not let him get any closer to her horse.
"All who travel the highway this time of year know of the fair. I will turn folk out of their rooms, being as you're a Clayhame. But it will cost me guests I depend on every year."
Sandry rubbed her temples.
"No, please don't do that on my account,"
she told him, hating herself for caring about such things when she just wanted a bath.
"Why can't I be like other nobles? and demand he look after me and mine right now,
she asked herself petulantly.
I can't see Baronine caring if he loses customers or not, as long as she gets a bath.
Just like a man to not offer a solution,
scolded a woman, obviously the innkeeper's wife, as she thrust her way through the crowd. Reaching Sandry's fence of guards, she curtsied.
Clayhame, forgive my silly clunch of a husband. He's forgot the Canyon Inn. It's just 10 miles down Deepdean Road.
She pointed to a road that led west.
Truly, it's far better for a refined young lady and her household. 'Tis small, quiet, not well known, but well kept. My sister-in-law owns it. They've some guests now, but not enough to fill the house. My sister-in-law is not so good a cook as I am, but no one grumbles about her fare.
Daja leaned on her staff and looked the woman over.
If this place is such a gem, why isn't it full?
It's 10 miles off, for one,
said the innkeeper, clearly relieved his wife had stepped in.
And it's more to the noble style and hunter's style. They're full when hunt season begins, sure enough, and with the fur traders in the winter, but less so this time of year.
Sandry had borne enough. Her head was killing her.
Let's go,
she ordered her companions.
The sooner I lie down, the better.
One of the guards flipped coins to the innkeeper and his wife. Briar and half the guards followed Sandry, while Daja muttered for Zhegors to be silent. He obeyed only briefly. Sandry was barely a mile down the smaller road when he cried,
Silks, brocades, swords, I see them on the wind.
Because Sandry and her guards are upwind of you, Zhegors. Are you going to behave, or will I have to make you take your drops?
I said I'd watch over you.
Zhegors informed her with dignity.
You should listen when I'm watching over you.
Daja looked at Gudruni.
Is this what having children is like?
The maid sighed.
Very like.
Hush, or take drops. I don't care which.
Zhegors hushed, falling back to the rear where he could ride with the more sympathetic Briar. When they reached the Canyon Inn, Daja was relieved to find a very different situation from the last inn. The only other guests were 4 soldiers on leave from the army, which meant there were rooms for everyone but Sandry's guards in the main house. Her guards were happy to make camp outside on the nearby riverbank. The innkeeper immediately took their party over, escorting Sandry to a cool room, clean sheets, water to wash herself with, and quiet. As the others relaxed, Daja lingered in the common room to talk to their fellow guests.
It's not as expensive as it is later in the year,
one of the men explained.
And honestly, Rafiki, my friends and I are glad for the quiet.
One of the others nodded.
We're here to fish, explore the river, and forget there ever was a place called the Sea of Grass. That was our last posting. We're on leave, thank the gods.
You've come a long way, then,
Daja remarked.
Thousands of miles. As fast as possible,
one man said reverently to the rueful laughter of his companions.
And now we're done. That Yanjingi Emperor is a cruel, hard fellow. We're hoping our next post is a safe little soldier box in maybe Dankruin.
Talk to my brother Briar when he comes down from his nap,
Daja suggested as she got to her feet.
You can trade curses on the Emperor's name. He just got back from Gyanchi this spring.
The men traded looks.
Saw some fighting there, did he?
The first one to speak asked.
He's a busy fellow, that Emperor. But we may not be around this afternoon.
He coughed into his fist.
We were thinking of riding off to the horse fair this evening for a spot of entertainment.
It's odd,
Daja told Briar later when he came downstairs. By then the men were long gone.
They didn't seem like they were going much of anywhere.
She stretched.
I'm going to practice my staff. Care to swap a few blows?
Briar grimaced.
When there's a river and greenery practically on our doorstep, and the little ones sound asleep so they won't trail me everywhere? Thanks, no. Go see if one of our guards wants to get his fingers cracked.
Briar's wish for solitude was meant to go unfulfilled. He was inspecting a small patch of ferns, wondering if he could get them home if he used one of the small pots in his packs, when Zhegors found him. The older man knelt abruptly, missing the ferns by an inch.
You almost killed a plant, Zhegors. Lackik's teeth, you got to use your eyes for something other than visions,
Briar said patiently, making sure the moss under Zhegors's bony knees was not damaged.
If you won't watch where you're stepping or kneeling or whatever, you can't be following me around.
I promised Triss I would look after everyone, but no one will listen. How can I make you listen when the air is full of plots and the wind hung with sights of plotters?
Because you keep saying the same thing, and you say it about everyone, old man.
Dealing with Zhegors required the same kind of patience that dealing with acorns on the ground demanded. All of them clamored to sprout and put down roots, and they didn't understand that not all of them could. It always took time to get through to them.
You've got to concentrate harder and give us more details. And you've got to learn to tell what's a real danger from what's always there. Imperial soldiers are always there. The Empire's lousy with them, like the fellows Daja was talking to.
They don't talk Imperial.
Belbendung,
Briar said, half listening.
Green man, bless us, you're a long way from home.
The tree beside the one that sheltered the ferns was stocky for a tree, with leaves marked by distinctively silvery undersides.
Zhegors, have a look. This is a Gyeongshi sorbus. Someone had to plant this here. It's not natural to Namorn, though I suppose it would do all right. Soil's a little rich for you, though, girl.
They don't talk Imperial,
Zhegors insisted.
They're trees, they don't talk at all. Well, not so you'd hear.
Those men. They talked about my lord and rabbits in traps and beats catching a flogging for tarnished brass.
They're Imperial soldiers on leave, and their troops are commanded by nobles,
Briar insisted, sending his power into the sorbus to fortify it against any hazards that might plague a foreigner in Namorn.
And they're here to hunt. I wouldn't talk Imperial either, if I was on leave after fighting Yanjing. Stop fussing.
They talked about weddings.
Men on leave get married. If you don't have anything more serious, go soak your head in the river. I mean it, Zhegors. Triss just told you to come with us so you wouldn't lurk about Landrag House, giving her the fidgets. Once they've fixed you up at Winding Circle, you will be able to manage better. Now scat, and put your spectacles and both earbeads back on.
Without a word, Zhegors got to his feet and returned to the inn. Watching him go, Briar felt a rare twinge of conscience. He kicked that out, too.
I'll make it up to him later,
he promised himself.
But truthfully, sometimes a fellow needs time alone with green things. They won't talk me half to death.
Tired of people, he returned to the inn for his shakan. With it in his hands, he went out onto the river bank and settled between the roots of an immense willow. There he spent the afternoon, the shakan at his side, soaking in the feel of all that green life around him. While Briar relaxed, Daja offered to take Gudruni's children off her hands for a while. Gudruni accepted with gratitude. Once they were awake, Daja took them on a hike along the canyon that opened to the rear of the inn, where she could sense some metal veins in the rock walls. Sandry and Gudruni dozed and read. Zhegors sulked in the stable, then paced outside the inn, restless under the threat of his calming drops from Sandry. Everyone ate a quiet supper. Briar's impulse to apologize to Zhegors died under the older man's glare during supper. He was happy to watch Zhegors climb the stairs to go to bed early. Briar wasn't sure he could keep his temper if Zhegors continued to stare at him as if Briar had just murdered his firstborn. Instead, Briar listened to Sandry tell Gudruni's children a bedtime story. Once they had gone upstairs, he helped Sandry straighten her embroidery silks. Despite the naps nearly everyone had taken, all of them were yawning not long after twilight had faded. They soon went to bed. Even the staff vanished. When Briar got up to close the front door, he saw that the guards were asleep around their fire. He had planned to set his shackhand back with the packs before he turned in, but something made him change his mind. After trying to think, and nearly splitting his jaws as he yawned, Briar had simply carried the old pine upstairs. Zhegors was already sound asleep in the other bed, a mild buzz of a snore issuing from his lips. Grateful not to have to talk to him, Briar set the shachan on the floor and took off his clothes. Clad only in his loincloth, he crawled under the covers. Given all the yawning he had done, he had thought he would be asleep the moment he put his head down. Instead, he felt imprisoned by his clean cotton sheets. His brain felt as if it were weighed down by clouds. His nose was stuffy. The feeling was one he knew, one his tired brain associated with blood and weapons in the night. Briar half heard the roar of Yanjingi rockets overhead and the shriek of dying people all around. He fought the clouds, turning his fingers to brambles to claw his way out of them. The clouds thickened. Desperate, he made his fingers into hooked thorns and slashed through layers of heavy mist. The clouds parted slightly. Briar thrust a vine of power out through the opening, groping blindly for help with the weight that made it hard for him to breathe or move. He fumbled and reached, and touched his shachan. White fire blazed, burning the clouds away in a heartbeat. Briar took deep breaths of clean air and woke up. For a moment he thought he lay in a Gyeongshi temple. The scent of sandalwood and patchouli was heavy in his nose. The ghosts of warning gongs thudded in his ears. When he put his feet on the floor, however, they met thin carpet, not stone. The smells faded in his nose. Straining, he heard no war gongs. He wasn't in Gyeongshi. He was in a Namornese room. The two had only one thing in common. Someone very powerful was trying to keep him asleep. He used the water pitcher to fill his wash basin, tricky work when his hands shook so badly. Then he ducked his face in the basin and splashed water on the back of his head, cleaning off some of the nightmare sweat.
They're powerful, whoever they are, but they ain't the Yanjingi Emperor's mages,
he thought grimly. He checked the bond that linked him with Sandry. She was missing.
Not again. Don't these clod-headed bleeders ever give up?
He looked over at Zhegors. Normally their scarecrow, less of a scarecrow after some weeks of decent meals, would have been up after the noise Briar had made. He slept very lightly, but not tonight. Briar shook him with no result.
Sorry, old man,
he silently told the sleeping mage.
You were right all along.
Briar grabbed his mage kit, yanked open the door, and raced down the hall to Sandry's room. Gudruni and the children were sound asleep on pallets on the floor. Sandry was not in the empty bed. Instead, he saw a complex sign written in pure magic on his friend's mattress. Briar had never seen anything like it. He tried to inspect the curls and twists inside the thing, only to find he was swaying on his feet, sleep already blurring his mind. This sign felt different, more powerful, from the fog of sleep that had wrapped him around beginning in the common room. Briar dug in his kit until he produced the slender vial whose contents he had labeled "Wake the Dead." Once he removed the cork, he quickly stuck the vial under his nose and took a breath. For a moment his nose and brain felt as if they might well be on fire. He yanked the bottle away and recorked it, then wiped his streaming eyes and took a second look at the design. It tugged at him, urging sleep, so he hung on to the bottle of scent. Bending down to risk a closer look, he saw the design was done in oil. Moreover, it bled along the threads of the sheet, uncontained.
Done like that, it wouldn't last very long. Which means I'm not looking at the original spell.
He stripped away the sheets to reveal the mattress. There, too, the design had bled up and through. Briar shoved the mattress aside. On the slats that kept it up, he found the original spell. It was done on parchment in oils, and kept within the bounds of the parchment by a circle drawn in ink. Briar turned the parchment over. The mage who had made it had glued spelled silk onto the back, and had written signs to enclose on that, to keep the spell from leaking down.
Must have been under the mattress for hours to bleed up through everything. The energy in the oils had to move somewhere. The only way the mage that made the spell left it to go was up.
He couldn't say how he knew the mage was a man, but he did. Moreover, the fiery brightness of the original spell and its complexity, even if he didn't know how it was made, told him that they faced a very powerful mage, even a great mage. It was as bright as any work done by the Four's teachers.
To keep her asleep longer and deeper than the spell on us, I bet,
thought Briar, recognizing some of the signs written into the original spell.
To keep her out for days, not a day. And it would have seeped into her powers slow, so she'd never feel it coming over her. She'd be halfway across Namorn before she'd wake. As soon as we get the rest of the household up and on her trail, we'll destroy this and wake her up. Won't that be a fine surprise for whoever's got her?
He smiled thinly and placed the parchment on the frame of the bed. Mage kit in hand, he went to Daja's room. She slept as soundly as the others. Once more, Briar uncorked his wake-up potion and put the vial under her nose. She gasped, choked, and opened her eyes. Coughing, she swung a fist out to clip Briar's head. Expecting it, the potion had that effect on many people. He dodged the blow.
"Kill me later,"
Briar told her as she scrambled to get at him.
"Some Balbin nicked Sandry, and he's got a serious mage in his pocket, if he isn't the mage himself."
Daja rubbed her eyes.
"What's in that poison?"
"Just the biggest wake-up weeds I know, spelled to crunch through any sleep spell. That's how they got us in Gyeongshi, sleep spells."
Daja pulled a sack out of her mage kit and began to put items in it. She wore only her medallion, a breast band secured with a tie looped around her neck, and a loincloth. Her lack of clothing didn't seem to concern her.
"One of these days you're going to have to tell me about what happened in Gyeongshi,"
she said, turning a spool of fine wire over in her hand before she stuffed it into the bag.
"And not that it was just a war, Paval."
She straightened.
"Let's go smelt this down and see what floats."
"19. Briar suddenly realized he was very glad it was Daja with him. She was solid in spirit and heart. He'd forgotten that. She didn't have Triss's temper, vexing even with its most dangerous aspects held under rigid control, and she wasn't inclined to the kind of noble arrogance that Sandry kept displaying. Of course he wouldn't tell Daja that, but it was good to be reminded. They trotted downstairs. The inn staff was asleep in a private parlor. It looked as if they'd told themselves they'd just put their heads down for a moment, then fallen asleep at one table. The 4 other guests had not returned from the horse fair.
I bet Chigors was right. Maybe they were soldiers, but now they're in the pay of whichever imperial favorite tricked us this time,
thought Briar.
Maybe they had charms to hold off the sleep spell, but old Chigors scared them into the woods to wait till we were snoring instead of being all nice and snug in here.
Briar spat on the tiles in disgust.
Triss was right to send him, and I was a bleeder.
Daja went outside and quickly came back.
Asleep. All of them.
Stables are through the kitchen,
Briar said, pointing.
They'll have needed horses to take Sandry.
Daja nodded grimly. They walked through the kitchen door together into a force that felt like hard jelly. It wrapped around them in an eye blink, then pulled them apart, leaving a yard of space between them. One man was still awake. Ken lounged at the cook's big table, fiddling with pieces of chopped turnips and carrots obviously meant for soup tomorrow.
I'll wager you've never walked into anything like that before, have you?
He asked casually, his brown eyes gleaming in triumph.
Don't worry, you can breathe. In fact, inside that working you can stay alive for weeks. I tested it on a criminal scheduled for execution. After 3 months, Her Imperial Majesty lost patience and had him executed anyway.
He yawned.
I can't leave this in and still hold you two like this, but I've had worse situations. I wish you could tell me how you broke my sleep spell. No one was supposed to wake from that for 3 days. And I shaped it so that it couldn't be broken once you were asleep.
He scratched the side of his mouth.
You'll tell me when I free you, perhaps. Or I could let the glove of air down enough to free your mouths, if you swear to behave. Or not. I suppose you're a little more powerful than I expected.
He smirked.
So, what shall I talk about?
Daja and Briar reached out at the same moment along their magical connection, withered as it was. It sprang to life, as Daja said.
He'll bore us to death if he keeps talking.
It seems like that. While he natters, we still don't know about Sandry.
Sandry!
Cried Daja, grabbing for their bond.
Sandry!
I couldn't reach her before,
Briar said. At the same time, he added his call to hers. They still found no trace of their friend.
I suppose you're running through all the spell-breaking charms, you know. But that's the beauty of it, don't you see? They're layered shield spells, but some of them are reversed. My own design. No single charm possessed by any mage will work on this glove spell. Well, Isha broke out, but she's even more powerful than I am. She just blasted it. She said I need to stay humble. She even thought she might not be the only one who could do it. But really, outside noble courts or the universities and the Living Circle schools, you're not likely to find that many great mages. People tend to dislike us. They think we're conceited and high-handed. They never think that perhaps we just spend so much time trying to wrestle our magic into behaving that it makes us short-tempered with the everyday world. So we hide.
Ken ate a chunk of carrot, his eyes alert as he watched them.
Frustrating, isn't it? I had to spend plenty of time at Lightsbridge breaking out of trap spells as part of my specialization. Maybe you could do a double working that would get you out eventually, but that's why I pulled you apart.
He studied his nails.
You really should consider employment with Baronine. She takes good care of her people. I'll even teach you some tricks once Shand and Sandry are wed. Not this one, of course, but you'll see I'm a decent enough fellow after that.
He is starting to annoy me.
Let's shut him up, then.
Briar and Daja thrust at the spells with their own spells for destruction. Briar's for decay and the destruction of parasites, Daja's for rust. Nothing worked. Each suggested charms and tricks they had learned in the last 3 years, creating variations within their own specialties. These too failed. The glove spells slid around them, jelly-like, making Daja's knees weak with distaste. Ken took a fiddle from the bench and played it, which made Briar crazy. He hated being laughed at.
Should we yell for Triss?
Briar finally asked.
There's a way we can do this, on our own, without Triss and her book learning. Besides, she's probably still weak as a kitten.
Something caught Briar's attention then.
Triss, book learning.
Daja waited to hear his thought. When Briar worked it out, he was both jubilant and ashamed for not seeing it sooner. The solution lay in his own experience and his own teacher. Rosethorn had engaged in a constant battle with university-trained mages over the difference between academic magic and ambient magic.
Stop playing his game and start playing ours.
He tapped into his shakan and the plants around him, drawing their power through himself and turning it into vines. These he sent through the spells of the glove. Like all vines, they found each and every chink and opening, spaces no human being used, weaving their tendrils through to break into open air. Reaching Daja's prison, they did the same thing all over again, finding the openings between the spells. At last they broke through to twine themselves around her, growing until they cupped her entire body. Daja called to the metal on her hand and in her mage kit, the strange living metal that was always growing and absorbing new metal. She drew on the strength of the kitchen's metal and fires as well, adding it to the liquid metal until she could spin wires of power out of herself. They twined with Briar's vines, following the paths the magical plants had taken through the openings in Ken's spells. Busily they worked themselves into Briar's prison, encasing him as his vines had encased Daja. Slowly the spells that enclosed Daja and Briar began to melt, like thick ice under boiling water. Ken dropped fiddle and bow and stretched a hand out to them, his lips moving as he tried to renew the spells. The mess around Briar and Daja struggled to rebuild and collapsed completely. Ken gestured. A fresh shield billowed toward them like a giant, thick bubble. Daja leaned forward and blew like a bellows, hard and long, forcing the heavy thing back toward Ken. He fought to hold it off. While he was occupied, Briar reached into an outer pocket of his mage kit and pulled out a small cloth ball. Deftly, he tossed it on the floor. It rolled to Ken's feet. Briar filled the seeds in the ball with green magic and called them to wakefulness. Weaving the shoots as they thrust up, he gripped them in an iron hold and kept them from sinking roots. All of their strength had to go into growing up, not down. He needed this cage to move. The plants shot through the cloth of the ball that held them, weaving. They were as high as Ken's knees before he saw the danger. He turned his shield on them, but Briar was ready. The vines, thick with thorns, spread out and over the shield, still growing. Watching Ken's sweaty face, Daja pulled a spool of fine wire out of her sack. She sent the wire's end snaking toward the base of the vine cage, where it began to weave itself in among the vines. As it climbed, she called light to it, making Ken blink and shield his eyes. It was a distraction, something he could not afford. While he tried to shield his vision, vines and wire finished a globe of a cage. Briar had prepared the seed ball to withstand the magic of mages and hill shamans alike, both hazards of the road to Gyeongshi. It was why he had brought it downstairs. Daja had made this spool of wire to handle and contain power, her own or that of others. Bearing down with their wills, briars forged in the streets, in epidemics and in war, Dajas in forges and mammoth blazes. They tightened their cage on Kanile, crushing his last shield. Briar and Daja joined hands and fed their cage a last surge of power. The gaps between wire and vines blazed, sealed against magic from within. The pair let go. For a moment they could hardly see Ken inside the cage. Magical workings rayed out from the man like sunlight, connecting him to every spell he still had in place, those on the inn and those that served Sandry's kidnappers. They blazed with silver fire in Briar's and Daja's vision.
"Once more,"
Daja said, panting.
"Drain him so his other spells break."
Her knees wobbled, her thighs felt loose. They touched fingers this time and hammered the cage with the last of their strength. At first they saw no difference. Then the first fiery strand vanished. Another followed, then 3, then more. All winked out inside the cage. At last Ken stood inside, naked of power. All around them the inn stirred. Briar could hear the inn's staff moving in the private room. He sat down on the kitchen table and began to eat chunks of carrot. Daja took a seat on a stool and leaned against the wall.
"Will it be enough?"
she asked him wearily. Their bond to one another remained, even when their power was as weak and floppy as a dead fish.
We cut off all he had. Sandry was at the end of some of it. We'll hear her soon enough. Can we get some food in here? I'm starving.
Sandry was moving. That was the first thing she noticed. The second was that a man sat with her in his arms, one easy tan hand holding a horse's reins. She saw the reins and the hand when she opened her eyes just a crack. Little weights struck her lightly all over her body, clinking when they hit one another. All around her she heard men talking and joking. Someone asked if he could actually bring himself to wait 3 days, and the man who held her laughed.
I want her in my little love nest, all nice and cozy, where I won't need all these charms Ken put on her to keep her tame.
A too familiar voice said.
Charms. That's what the little weights are, and the clinking noises. Someone has tied a basket full of charms all over me, as if I were some nomad's bride to be protected from spirits.
With the potions I have for her to drink, and the spell patterns he gave me, she won't be able to lift a finger against me once we're inside.
Lips kissed the back of her neck, making Sandry's skin crawl. Shan added,
She'll get accustomed. She was half in love with me before some idiot gossiped to her. I just have to convince her that Her Imperial Majesty was a relationship of convenience, while she is my own true love. Trust me, you tell a woman things like that and she's putty in your hands.
Her Imperial Majesty won't kill you when she learns?
Someone inquired.
She needs every copper this lady's lands provides. All that adventuring along the Yanjing border has stretched the Imperial treasury very thin. If I make a big enough present to Her Imperial Majesty, she'll let me be.
The confidence in Shan's voice made Sandry want to scream. Instead, she continued to flop in front of him, limp and supposedly well asleep.
It's morning, if not afternoon,
she realized, hearing birdsong and feeling the sun's heat on them as they rode.
There's a river nearby, and lots of echoes. We're in the canyon people spoke of, I think.
They rode on for some time. Shan had just called for a break to rest and water the horses when a thin magical voice filtered through the spell that still lay on Sandry's skin like a film.
Can you hear? It's taken hours for the workings to wear off enough for me to find you. We've been trying since dawn. Why do those charms even have magic still?
Maybe he bought them from someone else. We undid all his spells to keep us all under wraps, but it didn't touch the extra charms he used.
I'm waking up. Yes, there's still a bit of power in these charms.
Shan let Sandry drop into another man's arms. This captor placed her gently on a patch of grass.
Don't worry about me,
she told Daja.
The charms are on my outside, but I've all my magic still, and the pig-swiving bleep brain tied the charms to me with ribbons. I suppose it didn't occur to him ribbons are made of cloth. I'll come to you when I'm done. Ken did all this magic?
Our little friend Kanile,
Briar said with contempt.
He spelled us asleep. If I hadn't been wary thanks to Jegors, we owe old Jegors a big apology. He tried to warn us, and just because he talked crazy, we didn't listen.
He paused for a moment, then asked gruffly,
Do you need our help? We know you like Shan.
Used to. I used to like him.
She sank into her magic and spoke a word of command. The knots that tied those carved stone charms to her clothes and body came undone at once. They slid to the ground with a soft series of clinks. She waited for a moment until she knew that she had the strength to stand, then did so, lashing out with her power. The 6 men and 1 woman lingering on the riverbank dropped whatever they held as their sleeves flew together and fused, binding their arms from wrist to elbows. Before they could do more than blink, their riding breeches did the same thing, the thread of each leg weaving itself with the opposite from knee to lower calf. They fell forward helplessly. The woman and one of the men began to mutter. Silvery tendrils rose from their bodies.
Magic,
Sandry thought disdainfully.
Try mine.
Threads shot from the mages' collars and jackets, darting into their wearers' open mouths. Their upper garments continued to unravel into their mouths until they couldn't even close their jaws. Sandry relented at the last minute, making sure that the thread inside their mouths simply wove itself into a tight ball rather than choke them. It then attached itself to a strap wound around the mages' heads. She didn't want to kill them. She just wanted them silent and out of her way. A hard gag would do the task. Sandry heard a thud. Shan was fighting to get to the knife in his belt. A twist of her will sent his sleeves down over his hands and into the fabric of his breeches, weaving them together. Sandry gathered up a blanket of her power and flung it over them all. It separated as it draped over each person, trickling down into that man's or that woman's clothes. Threads in their garments broke free and linked themselves together. With her magic to shape them, the fibers sped as garments unraveled and rewove. She was so angry that her will did not falter once, even when the people on the ground began to spin in place. Seeing that her cocoons were coming along nicely, Sandry looked for appropriate places to display them.
I have to be careful with the trees,
she reminded herself.
I don't want a bough to drop someone on the head, and Briar would never forgive me if I hurt a tree. But I do want to make them the laughingstock of the Empire when I'm done."
She chose her trees and her display place for Shan, then checked the progress of her spinning. The two mages were done first, their shoulders and heads bare, the rest of them completely embraced in thread. Sandry called the man's cocoon to her first, holding out her hand for the rope that trailed below his feet. Once she had it in her grip, she threw it at a solid oak's branch. It whirled up and over the bough, drawing its human burden up until the man dangled several feet above the ground. She directed the rope to wind itself around the branch 5 times. Then she re-wove the loose end into the human cocoon. The weavings and the cocoon itself were more than strong enough to hold the gagged mage until help should come. She appraised her work, hands on hips, testing it to make sure there were no fatal weaknesses in her work. Satisfied, she turned to do the same with Shan's remaining companions. All along they tried to fight as Shan did, but their efforts were useless. She had practiced her craft hard and long. They were gagged before they even knew to make a sound, secured before they understood she was awake. By the time Shan and his followers understood, they were cocooned so tightly they could neither squeak nor move. Shan himself she placed on a large table-like rock near the spot where the horses were picketed. Using her power, she commanded the rope that ended in his cocoon to drag him onto the rock. As he bumped across the grass, she re-wove 3 saddle blankets to make a second rope. Gently, she placed one end on Shan's chest as he cursed her to Blaze Ice Bay and back. She had left his mouth and head uncovered, then gave both ropes their orders. They wove themselves together and went flying, as if they ran on invisible shuttles around the rock. When she finished, Sandry patted Shan's chest.
"You can tell all Namorn this is what happens when I'm vexed."
Little bitch!
Sandry looked him over soberly.
"If you had understood that earlier, we could have avoided this unpleasantness."
Ignoring his curses, she helped herself to apples, bread, and water from someone's supplies.
"I'm coming back,"
she told Daja and Briar, who sent her a wave of relief in answer. She took Shan's horse. The gelding was a fine animal that deserved a better master than Shan. Mounting it, she realized she was still wearing her nightgown. Cursing Shan for the indignity, she hauled the thin garment up around her thighs to get her feet in the stirrups and her behind where it should be.
"It's not how I envisioned the kidnapped woman's return after triumphing over her would-be captors,"
she thought angrily.
"Why is the real thing always so much more ordinary than the vision?"
She had no fear she would be lost. The tie that bound her to Briar and Daja stretched, thickly silver, down the road. There was one last thing to do before she followed it, however. She urged the gelding over to Shan, whose face was purple with rage and helplessness.
"Now you know,"
she said hotly.
"When I say I don't like you, it really means I don't like you."
The 4th through 11th days of Mead, 1043 KF. The Imperial Hunting Lodge, the Karakathy Mountains to the Olart border crossing, the Imperial Highway South, Namorn. The Empress of Namorn and her escort were always given the right-of-way on the roads. They passed Deep Dean Road not long after Sandry and her party turned down it in search of the Canyon Inn. By the time Sandry had escaped Shan's trap, recovered, and returned to the road for 2 days, Baranine had taken up residence in the Imperial hunting lodge near the Olart border. With the Empress came Imperial business, including her spies' reports. Reading them, Ishabal learned that Ken had been left in a cage of wire and thorns, while the Imperial master of the hunt had been found, with his companions, trapped in thread cocoons. She took these reports to Baranine, who had been a difficult companion since they had left Dan Cruin.
So the children have power,
the Empress snapped, tossing the papers to the floor.
We knew that. Do you know what the gossips will make of this? The wench spurned 2 of my favorites. Never mind that Ken is no longer a favorite and he wasn't trying to marry her. That's what they'll say. 2. And they'll whisper that perhaps my favorites are not so devoted to the old woman as they pretend to be.
Imperial Majesty, I am old. You are in your prime.
I'm sure the Yanjingi Emperor will see it just that way. No, Isha, I cannot afford even the appearance of weakness. You, of all people, know that. When they get to the border, I want you to raise its defenses against them.
Isha gathered up the reports, trying to think of a tactful way to speak her thoughts. She could think of none.
Imperial Majesty, what if the borders fail?
Baranine's eyes bulged.
What?
We must consider the possibility. 2 of these children bested Ken, who has spent 6 years defending your Imperial Majesty with his power. He has been tested by great mages and succeeded. But a girl and a boy wrapped him up in a neat bundle. Lady Sandraline did the same with 7 people, 2 of them mages. Not great mages, but good ones. The possibility of failure must be considered.
If you approach it with that attitude, you open the door to failure.
Ishabal sighed.
All of our work in recent years has gone to the barriers in the southeast and the east, where our greatest enemies are. We have had neither the funds nor the mages to reinforce everything. I know that, given time and preparation, Ken and I could walk through the protection wall at Olart. We must ask ourselves if these 3 young people might now manage it as well. Majesty, Ken could not break out of the cage Briar and Daja made without a mage's help.
Isha watched nervously as Baranine took a chair and sat in it. Calmly she continued,
You are angry because you fear you'll be seen as weak, Majesty. But it need not be so. All we need do is announce that your cousin and her friends are returning home. It is earlier than planned, to be sure, but stories can be spread that our court is far too sophisticated for them. There are still ways to make it seem as if they fled with their tails between their legs.
She took a deep breath.
But if you raise the border against them, and they break through, that will be far worse than stories that say they fled our men. All of your neighbors will know you tried to keep them and failed. You will have exposed a weakness.
I do not believe the border will fail,
Baranine said flatly, her mouth a hard, tight line. Isha shrugged.
Nor do I, but I must examine possibilities and damage, if you will not. The chance of failure must be considered. I beg you, let them go.
I will not be defied.
The refusal was a quick one, but she had not ordered Isha out of her sight. There was an opening in the Empress's thinking. Isha rushed through it.
Then let me go, alone, to do it. You remain here. If they fail to pass the wall, I shall bring them here to you. If I fail to hold the wall against them, you can say I am weary from travel, and the wall needs work. It has gone neglected, and now it will be seen to. No one will know this was in any way a matter in which you were involved. They will speculate, no doubt, but they will not prove.
Berenine looked down in thought at her perfectly cared-for hands. Isha pressed.
You have always said it is far better to appear innocent, while others take the blame.
Berenine rubbed her temples.
You ask me to surrender my pride.
Isha bowed her head.
Only when it is a liability, Imperial Majesty.
You are willing to take the blame if the border fails?
If this traditionally safe border fails, if this seldom renewed border fails, if older, weary me fails against 3 powerful young things who just tied my best assistant in a knot.
Isha knew that remote look on Berenine's face as the Empress smoothed her fingers over her sleeve. She was always glad to see it, because it meant that her mistress was turning 1,000 thoughts over in her mind, seeing a multitude of outcomes and weighing them all. Few people glimpsed this cold calculation on the Empress's beautiful features. She didn't want them to. It suited her that people thought of her as a passionate creature delighting in love and money. Few realized that Berenine cooled off far sooner than she let on, and that she did nothing that would not enhance her standing in the eyes of her people and the world. Finally, Berenine shook out her cuffs and got to her feet.
Very well, Isha. Do what you must. And I'm going to change. I've a mind to ride along the lake today.
Sandry refused to stay a second night in the Canyon Inn.
I don't trust them,
she told Daja and Briar.
If Shan had their help, I don't want to punish them. I know how hard it is to refuse a noble, but I don't want to stay here either.
I have potions. I could find out.
They've had enough magic,
said Daja, who had watched the staff skitter around the caged Ken.
Let's just go. If you're feeling so energetic, grovel to Jegor some more.
Briar winced. All 3 of them were doing some serious apologizing to Jegors. Sandry even invited him to ride beside her as they left the Canyon Inn. Strangely, the whole mess seemed to have calmed Jegors down. Even when they passed the next imperial fort, he kept warnings about palace matters to himself. He was learning to sift images and his words more. Since they were only 2 riders, Ambrose and Triss had an easier time on the road in some ways, despite Triss's weakness. When Triss felt she could stay in the saddle not another moment, she wove ropes of wind to bind her to it and her mare, and trapped 2 more pads of air to keep her upright. If she grew vexed at traffic, she sent winds ahead to drive those in the road to its sides, until she and Ambrose passed by. When those attending the horse fair did not respond to wind, she reddened and began to play with balls of lightning. The people scattered. She, Ambrose, and Chime passed through the meeting of the highway and Deep Dean Road far more quickly than had Sandry and her companions. By then, Triss was able to sense Briar and Daja. Her strength returned with each day she rode, though her hips ached fiercely when she dismounted for the night. She said nothing about it. She also said nothing when Ambrose paid for a private room for each of them at the inns when they halted. By the time they passed the fort beyond the Blend Road Inn, Triss had begun to ride part of the time at the trot. Briar, Daja, and Sandry were telling her that Jegors was in a bad state, babbling about walls of glass. Triss knew what he meant, just as her brother and sisters knew. There were magical walls ahead. Triss fidgeted when they rested the horses, and she slept badly, always wanting to get on the road at dawn. It was one thing to talk to her friends, another to shift power to them. She needed to be closer. "10 days after they'd left Ken and Shan, Sandry, Briar, Daja, Gudruni, her children, and Zhegors topped a rise in the Imperial Highway. Before them lay a great green plain dotted with villages and a massive blue lake. The border fortress was on the far side of the gleaming water. To the east lay the smoky foothills of the Karakathi Mountains, where the Empress was said to have a hunting lodge. According to Triss, Beranine and Ishabal Ladyhammer were there now.
Out in the open.
Muttered Zhegors, staring at that broad emerald expanse.
No place to hide from watchers. No place to hide from the wind.
As long as my imperial cousin and her pawns do nothing but watch,
retorted Sandry.
As long as they keep out of the way.
She urged their company forward down the slope to the plain. It took them 2 days to cross it and skirt the lake. On the 3rd day, Briar woke to find Zhegors gone from his bed and his saddlebags missing. He was also missing from breakfast.
Now that's a worry,
Briar told Sandry.
Zhegors has lived hungry too long to miss any meals.
Gudruni's children searched the inn and its outbuildings, but there was no sign of their crazy man. They did find his saddlebags in the stable with his horse, but there was no trace of the man himself. Sandry paced in the courtyard, working steadily more intricate cat's cradles in her fingers.
I don't want to leave him, and I don't like not knowing where he is.
She had yet to give the order to saddle the horses or to hitch up Gudruni's cart.
I didn't know I'd need to put a leash on him. Who can scry among us?
Triss!
Chorused Briar and Daja. They looked at each other and grinned. That was when knowledge struck Briar like one of Triss's own lightning bolts.
That's what she's been dancing around,
he told his sisters.
That's why she took old Zhegors aside. It's not just sounds she's hearing on the winds. She knows how to scry on them, too. She learned somehow.
She didn't want you to know for silly reasons,
Zhegors said reasonably. He had walked in the gate to the inn's courtyard, his lean face glowing with sweat.
She said you'll think she's conceited if you knew she can do it.
All 3 young mages traded exasperated looks.
Have you ever known such an annoying girl?
But she couldn't do it before. She learned while she was away. But people go mad trying to see things on the wind. No offense,
she told Zhegors. He shrugged.
I was born with it.
Yell at Triss later. Yell at Zhegors now. Where were you, Zhegors? You had us all fretting.
I went to see,
Zhegors said, wiping his face on his sleeve.
They look for Clayhame Sandraline and her escort, so I went to the border crossing to see who is looking. A white-haired mage who blazes like the sun waits on a platform by the arch. 3 mages like stars, and soldiers with the gold braid of the palace soldiers guard her on the platform.
He held up one of his ear beads.
The white-haired mage will raise the border magic to stop you 3. Only you 3. She is in charge. She tells her guards that, and she tells the border guards that. She is to deal with you and only you, and all others may pass.
Zhegors rubbed the back of his neck.
She is not happy with her work. Why is she not happy?
Daja shrugged.
Your guess is as good as ours. Was there anything else?
Zhegors reported the gossip of merchants headed south and of merchants on the far side of the border who waited for the gates to open so they could head north. When she realized that he had told everything he knew of their situation, Sandry kissed his stubbled cheek.
Go eat a good breakfast. And thank you.
She watched him walk into the inn, then looked for Gudruni.
Gudruni, would you come with me, please?
She led her maid over to the cart and opened one of the trunks. The first thing she pulled out of it was a heavy canvas tarp with shifting patterns on it. Underneath it were 4 hooded cloaks, 2 large and 2 small.
You and Jegors each get one, and the children each get one,
she told the maid, handing the cloaks to her.
I thought we might need them. With these on, and the cart covered with the tarp, you won't look like the people who traveled with me. Tell them you're joining a merchant caravan in Lean, traveling south.
Clayhame, this is silly.
Sandry put her hand on the woman's arm.
It's going to be a mage fight at the border. If you leave right away, you can pass through long before we get there. We'll meet you at Rady's Inn on the other side, once we've worked things out.
When Gudruni opened her mouth to argue again, Sandry shook her head.
Get the little ones and Jegor safely out of this, please. That's Ishabal Ladyhammer who waits for us, Gudruni. You have our purse with you. If we fail, choose what you will do. I'd like you to take Jegors to Winding Circle Temple in Emelon. They'll be able to help him, and my great-uncle Vedris will look after you and the children. Or you can return to me in Namorn, if I can't escape. I can't choose for you, though I hope you'll regard my wishes.
Gudruni curtsied, a troubled look on her face.
I hope I'll see you on the other side of the border, Clayhame. Then neither of us will have to choose.
Sandry patted Gudruni's arm, then went to see how successful Briar had been in explaining their plan to Jegors.
I can't.
Jegors protested when Sandry found them.
Triss said I must watch and listen for you.
And you have. While we slept, you did. Now I need you to safeguard Gudruni and the children. Please, Jegors.
He nodded without meeting her eyes.
Can I ask for anyone braver? He's terrified, and yet he has spied on the might of the Empire that's here for me. For us. Maybe it takes a coward more courage, not less, to do and not do things. Perhaps cowards understand the world so much better than brave folk.
Once Gudruni, Jegors, and the children had left with the cart, Sandry, Briar, and Daja settled into the common room to give them a couple of hours' head start. As Briar drew strength from his shakan and Daja mended a piece of tack, Sandry asked the sergeant who commanded their guards to come see her. When he arrived, he did not look at all comfortable.
Forgive me, Clayhame, but word gets around. There's Imperial mages waiting at the border. I hear they mean to stop you. What does that mean for my lads and me?
Sandry smiled at him.
You were only supposed to bring me to the border. I would no more ask you to defy your Empress than I would ask you to cook your own children. Please, tell Cousin Ambrose you guarded me well, and my thanks to you and your men.
She drew out the pouch of coins she had kept for this moment.
To buy some comforts on your way home.
She gave it to him with a wink. The sergeant bowed and accepted the pouch.
You are always gracious, Clayhame. We thank you, and ask Kunak's blessing on your journey home.
You'd be better off asking Sithuthan's,
Briar muttered. The sergeant grinned at the suggestion that they should appeal to the notorious trickster god.
Your gods bless and hold you evermore, Clayhame Sanderling. We wish you and Vimese Daja and Vinane Briar a long life and much happiness.
Watching through the common room door as the Landrag men-at-arms rode away, Sandry felt a weight fall from her shoulders.
It's just us now. We don't have to be responsible for anyone else. What a relief.
The 11th day of Mead, 1043 KF, the Olart border crossing the Imperial Highway South, Namorn, to Rady's Inn, Olart. 2 hours before noon, the 3 young mages approached the border crossing. By then, All those who had bunched up to pass through at dawn had gone on their way. Gudruni and Zhegors and the children had passed through hours before, disguised as a common family. Sandry, Daja, and Briar now rode with a few remaining pack horses, since they had not wanted to let their mage kits go in the cart. Briar in particular did not trust Gudruni's rowdy son to not sit on his shakan. As they approached the great stone arch that marked the crossing, Sandry said abruptly,
"Ishabal sad? Zhegors said she's unhappy. Why on earth would she be unhappy? Could it be she doesn't want to fight?"
Briar shrugged.
That's a bit of a reach, don't you think? Maybe she just wasn't awake. Maybe she had mush for breakfast instead of blini. That would depress me.
"Because your best love is your belly,"
Sandry told him, her voice dry.
"Did they starve you in Jiangxi too?"
His face turned somber.
They starved us all. Some they starved to death. I tell you, it was enough to put a fellow off emperors. Once they start thinking they're bigger than kings, they don't just ruin the lives of a couple dozen folk here and there. They ruin thousands of lives at a twitch.
Daja had been studying a miniature portrait of Rizu she carried in her belt purse. Hurriedly she put it away.
It doesn't matter why Ishabal's unhappy, if she wants a fight with us or not. I heard plenty of stories about her in Kugisko, and from Rizu and her friends. They call Ishabal the Imperial Will. What the Empress wants, Ishabal gets done.
Not this time.
People shouldn't always get what they want. It's very bad for their character.
As the three approached the crossing, they could see the wooden platform built on the western side of the arch. There were the mages, just as Zhegors had said. Their own suspicions were correct. The white-haired mage was Ishabal Ladyhammer. When they were about 100 yards away, Ishabal sprinkled something on the platform. On the ground, a captain of the soldiers who manned the crossing stepped into the road. 20 of his men trotted out to form a line at his back, leveling crossbows at the three.
"Halt!"
cried the captain.
"You will halt and submit yourselves for imperial inquiry."
Briar lobbed a cloth-covered ball at the man. A mage who stood with Ishabal burned it from the air. He didn't see the cloth ball that Daja rolled forward until it stopped at the captain's feet. Once she had tossed it, she drew heat from the summer air, concentrating it in the crossbows. The metal fitting smoked, then got hot. The archers were disciplined. They fought to keep their grip on their weapons. Daja got cross and dragged the heat from the stones around them into the metal of the bows and of the bowmen's armor. They shouted in pain and dropped their weapons. Vines sprouted from the cloth ball at the captain's feet, slithering up and around his legs like snakes to hold him in place. He drew his weapon and tried to hack at them, only to have the weapon suddenly grow hot in his hand. He dropped it. Daja summoned more heat to the men who faced her, running her fingers over the living metal on her hand as she tried to hold the line between too hot for comfort and hot enough to do permanent damage. The border guards yelped and shed belts, helms, swords, and daggers, any metal on their bodies, as Daja called heat to it all.
If you want to fight, have it with us,
Briar called to Isha.
Leave these soldiers out of it. They'll get hurt.
He felt something like a shiver in his bones. It was a swell of power on the far side of the stone gate. With it rose plants, stones, even trees, all things that had been growing in the track where the spell anchors for the magical barrier had been set centuries before. Sandry rode up to the gate and tried to go through. She met a force there like a solid, invisible wall. Her mount shied when it struck it, spooked by a barrier that it could not see. Sandry fought her mare to a stand, then dismounted. She walked up and found the barrier was every bit as solid as stone, for all that it was completely invisible. It was as if the air had gone hard. She turned to look up at the people on the platform.
How does my cousin intend to keep me, we may say, Lady Hammer? In a cage like this?
She struck the barrier with her fists.
Married off and locked up in some country estate? My name signed in blood and magic to a promise to be a good little sheep? Can you people afford to keep me long? All magic has limits. There is no way you can force me never to use my power again. You know power must be used or it goes wrong. And when I have the chance to use my power, you all wear clothes. You all stitch things together.
She tried to pinch some of the wall, to twirl it. If she could make thread of it, she could unravel the wall. She could not even scratch it.
You might well spend your life in a cage, if you will not sign a vow of obedience to the imperial throne. You cannot be so foolish as to think the powers of the world might allow you to pursue your own selfish desires all your days. Wake up, children. It is time to learn to live in the real world. What the Empire wants, the Empire keeps.
Briar walked up next to Sandry, carrying his shakan on one hip.
She doesn't know anything about us,
he murmured in Sandry's ear.
Me and Daja wrapped up Ken like he was fish from the market. Her real world is just more dead fish.
He held out his hand. Sandry hesitated, then put her hand in his. Daja dismounted and took her staff from its sling. With it in her grasp, she came over to join hands with Sandry. They let their combined magics pull and tug at the barrier. Daja dragged more heat up from lava flowing far underground. Sandry borrowed part of it and a length of magical vine from Briar. Fixing the image of a drop spindle, like a top with a long stem and flat disc, in her mind's eye, she wrapped the heat-soaked magical vine around the spindle and twirled it back and forth like a handmade auger, trying to bore an opening through the wall. It made not a dent. For an hour or more they struggled. They sought the top of the barrier and its roots, unable to crack it. Daja hammered. Briar spread himself as a vine, seeking even hair-thin cracks into which he could insert a tendril, as he had in Ken's glove spells. Sandry hunted for loose threads, with no luck.
"Are you quite finished?"
called Ishabal from her platform.
"I am impressed. Most collapse long before this, but it changes nothing. Better mages than you have pitted themselves against our barriers and lost. You will not be permitted to leave the Empire."
Briar glared up at Ishabal.
"You think I'm scared of empires? Here's what I think of empires!"
He drew on his shakan, flinging that power at the wooden platform on which Isha and her companions stood. The mages who stood with Isha were there to guard against attacks on her. They were prepared for a mage to turn fire or wind against the platform. They were not prepared for the wooden boards to shift and groan and sprout branches. Whole new trees suddenly exploded from dead wood. The mages dropped to the ground, bruising themselves on knobby roots that dug into the earth around them. Sandry and Daja, as well as Briar, felt the shakan's glee at creating so many new lives.
"Maul us all you like,"
cried Isha, staggering to her feet.
You will not get one whit closer to home. This is your home, and you will bend the knee to your new mistress.
Why not name her?
Daja wanted to know, exasperated.
Everyone knows who has commanded her to do this. Why be so festering delicate with Berenine's name? The rude jokes told in the forges of the Empire aren't so polite about keeping her name out of the conversation.
Sandry wiped sweat from her cheeks with a handkerchief.
Normally I'd say it's because she wants to keep Berenine's name out of it if this fails, but it's not like we're succeeding.
She nibbled a lip in thought.
Unless it might still fail. What else can we do?
Daja grabbed Sandry.
The thread! Our circle!
Sandry reached into her neck pouch and produced the thread circle once more.
I don't know if it will work without Triss. It's got some of our strength, but this is a nasty barrier.
I suppose it is,
Triss said through their magic.
But while I may be a day's ride from you, I still can hold my part.
Silver fire bloomed in the vague shape of a hand in the air. It wrapped itself around Triss's lump in the thread circle. Sandry grabbed hers. Daja did the same, and smacked Briar on the back of the head. He whirled, then saw what they held.
Keep growing,
he muttered under his breath to the trees. Then he grabbed the knot that stood for him. Sandry anchored herself in the thread with a feeling of stepping into her own skin. This was also her first leader thread in part, the one on which she first spun wool. Over the years, she'd placed a great deal of strength in this symbol of the union between them. Now it was also a symbol of what had happened on this trip. At last, they were one again. She still had them, and they still had her.
That never changed,
Briar told her before he took the Shakan's remaining magic and dove into a forest of roots underground, spreading out through the land to draw on some of the power of its plants and trees. He drew it from the algae on Lake Glaze, the forests on the mountains around it, and the vast plain of grass on which they stood. Brambles and pear trees fed him, as did wildflowers and ancient pines. With their green fire running through his veins, he felt better than he had since the battles in Yangshi. He blazed with it. Daja sank into veins of metal ore below. She followed some to the mountains and others down through the dense part of the earth until she found the immense hot soup in which they were born. The lava's heat bubbled through her, driving up to her body, seeking a way to break free into the world. She laughed at the strength of molten stone and metal, feeling it inhabit her skin, making her indifferent to the petty fire marshaled by Ishabal. Triss swept up into the rapid winds high above the mountains, where birds couldn't even fly. She dove down to draw up the power in the movement of lava and the pressure of water channeled through cracks in the ground. Despite her physical distance from her sisters and brother, she saw them in her magical vision, their images carried to her by the warm air that raced from Daja's smoking body. They turned, the three of them, with Triss's insubstantial form just behind, and walked into the barrier. Magic inside it, built up over centuries, flew at them. Daja and Triss burned it away. Briar and Sandry wove nets of green and thread magic that snared the lattices of power that made the barrier. Slowly they dragged at the nets, forcing the barrier open. As they walked into the open air on the Olart side of the border, the magical barrier shattered for over a mile in each direction. It was gone, as if it had never existed.
I feel like I just walked through a glacier,
grumbled Daja, rubbing her arms. She bumped the palm that was not covered in metal and yelped.
Now what?
Good thing we didn't get frozen, if it was a glacier.
Briar remarked with a shrug.
Where's the circle?
Sandry wanted to know.
Did I lose it?
She asked, looking at the ground, then at the hand in which she'd held it.
Mila, what's this?
There was a slight lump at the center of her palm, covered by shiny scar tissue. She pressed it and gasped at a sting of pain. Then the lump sank into her palm completely, leaving only the scar. Briar also felt pain. He and Daja eyed the hands that had clasped the thread circle. Daja's creamy brown palm showed a scarred lump like Sandry's. When she tapped it, the lump also sank into her flesh, leaving only a round scar. Briar's had burned a circle among the plants that grew under his skin, but the lump itself was gone. The plants were blooming in extravagant reds, purples, and blues all around the newest scar. It had fitted itself right between the deep pockmarks where a protective briar had bitten into his hand years before. Triss, miles away, watched as a tiny sun shone and faded where a lump sank into her palm. Instant warmth spread from it like wildfire, easing some of the aches in her newly healed bones.
Every time I think I understand magic, I learn that I don't understand anything at all,
she murmured, and looked at Ambrose with a broad smile.
I like that.
Sandry took a few steps back through the gate to look at Ishabal.
We did warn you it wouldn't go well.
The Empress's mage sat gray-faced at the foot of one of the trees that had sprouted from the platform.
What's the matter with you, Vimesi, Lady Hammer?
Backlash. I was still bound to the barrier from raising it. When you did what you did, the barrier took much of me with it.
She looked up, her dark eyes glinting.
I will recover, in time.
Sandry saw only a feeble silver glow under the older woman's skin.
It's going to be a while before you make any magic, particularly any curses. That can only be to the good. I only wish I were willing to incur the shadow on my heart I could get by arranging for you to practice tumbling on a long flight of stairs, like you did Triss. You really should be punished specially for that.
Ishabal met Sandry's cold eyes.
Go ahead. Do it.
No. I like to keep my magic clean.
Ishabal sighed.
So, young mage, what will you do now? Take the throne? You're powerful enough. You've shown us that.
The mages and guards who had shared the platform with her had retreated up the road into Namorn, away from the three young people. Their faces were as ashen as Ishabal's. Sandry took a step back.
Power? I'm going home.
She looked at Daja and Briar.
We're going home. And Triss had better be coming home too. We'll be back here tomorrow. If you don't let her through...
I cannot stop her. In fact, I believe I shall contrive to be miles away.
You heard that? Do you want revenge?
No. It's too much time and bother.
Triss says she had best not see you,
called Briar. He and Daja had heard the conversation.
She says if you cross her path again, she'll have to get strict with you.
No sense in letting any of them, relax,
he told the girls firmly.
We don't want them forgetting this day anytime soon.
He trotted back to collect his shakan and the horses, and returned with them through the arch.
In the meantime, we are now out of Namorn and in Olart.
Aloud, Daja said,
Here comes Jigors and Gudruni. Isn't it past midday? I'm ravenous.
Sandry mounted her horse. While Briar and Daja rode on, she stood before the gate, frowning.
Things undone. What have I left undone? Triss is right. Revenge isn't worth the trouble.
She turned her mount away and followed the others. She came up in time to hear Briar say,
Now if memory serves me, when we came here last, we ate at Rati's. The traders were having some fasting holy day. Rati's had the best fish casserole I've ever eaten. I wonder if it's on the bill of fare today.
Their reaction to the magic they had worked set in over midday. Suddenly it was all even Briar could do to keep putting food into his mouth. All three young mages soon apologized to the cook for not finishing their meal and retreated to the rooms that Gudruni had thought to hire for them. When they woke, they had slept the night through noon. Ambrose and Triss had arrived after sunset, though Triss, worn out by trying to catch up to them, woke as they were finishing their second midday. When she limped out to their garden table, Chime on her shoulder, Jegors rushed to help.
I did as you said. Did I tell you last night?
He helped her sit on the bench next to Briar.
They know you see things on the wind now. I don't think they believe you are conceited.
Triss sighed.
No doubt you're right. Jegors, thank you for helping them. I knew you could do it. Now please, I would like to eat if it's all right. I'm starved.
She looked at Briar's plate.
Is that cabbage rolls? I don't care if I never see another cabbage roll in my life.
A girl who had waited on them came to tell Triss the day's selections. Once Triss had chosen, a brief silence fell. It was broken by Jegors, who said,
I liked it.
Triss and the others turned to look at him. He had chosen a bench at the table next to theirs. From the tilt of his brass-lensed spectacles, he was staring into the distance.
Liked what, Jegors?
Sandry asked gently.
Being attended to. Being heard. Being useful.
There was wistfulness in his voice.
I was never any of those things before, only crazy. I don't want to go back to being the crazy man who hears all manner of things and sometimes sees them. I like being attended to.
He got up and wandered off, his hands in his pockets.
Jegors,
called Triss. He stopped, though he didn't look back at her.
It is nice. I know.
He nodded and left them alone in the garden. Once he was gone, Ambrose looked at Briar, Daja, and Sandry.
Your friend over there is very determined,
he said with respect, nodding to Triss.
Oh, all three girls are like that. Sometimes you need to hit them with a brick to get their attention. They get it from our mothers, I think.
It occurs to me that it's possible to be too determined,
Daja remarked with a glance at Sandry.
Determined to the point of not doing right by people because we insist on only seeing things one way.
Determined that what's good for you is just good.
Sandry scowled, knowing they were trying to tell her something.
Hush. I have things on my mind,
she informed them, picking at her berry pie.
Not enough things.
The maid returned with Triss's food, while Ambrose excused himself to buy supplies for his trip home in the morning. Sandry picked up her embroidery hoop after she finished her own meal. Something was still bothering her. Embroidery usually helped her to think clearly, but not that afternoon. She snipped off one color of thread. Chime was seated in her basket, holding up the next color she needed. when Sandry realized that Briar, Triss, and Daja were watching her.
What?
She asked. Briar whistled silently. Triss drummed her fingers on the table. Daja leaned her head on her brass-mittened hand and watched Sandry calmly.
What?
Sandry demanded.
Maybe you got what you wanted, but the Empress still gets most of what she wants, too. She can tax Ambrose until he calls for your help, and you'll have to come or leave him to flounder. And if you come, it will be this all over again.
Except now they know what we can do, and they'll be ready. They'll have more great mages waiting.
And the women of Landreg will have no one to go to. Unless Ambrose does that really expensive double registering thing you thought of, where he pays twice to enroll women as your subjects and his. He still won't have seats in the assembly to influence the other nobles to vote down new taxes. You saw how she treated him. She acts like he's a caretaker, and he is. The power's all yours.
Sandry stared at them.
Stop nagging me. It's not your history. It's not your family.
No, but it's his. And frankly, he's put a great deal more work into it than you have.
There's one way you can make sure Baronine doesn't win anything. After all you put us through there, you ought to be decent enough to admit it.
It's mine,
argued Sandry, though the remark felt watery and overused to her.
How much more rich than disgusting rich do you want to be?
Sometimes you owe your people a little less pride and a little more respect.
I refuse to listen.
She tossed her embroidery into the basket, forgetting that Chime was in it. Her exit ruined by the dragon's unhappy scratching noises, she uncovered Chime and set her on the table.
I'm going for a walk.
She marched out of the inn, accompanied only by her own uncomfortable thoughts. She returned while their entire group was at supper in the common room, and ate alone in the room where she slept with Gudruni and the children. When they came up to bed, Sandry hired a private room where she could sew and think alone. Very late that night, Briar, Triss, and Daja were jolted out of slumber by a silent call from Sandry.
Don't let Ambrose leave in the morning. Satisfied?
She did not wait to hear their reply, but cut them off and went to sleep. Keeping Ambrose there in the morning was a chore. He was determined to go. He might have actually left had his horse not lost a shoe. Getting a farrier who was not already busy with a week's worth of other such chores to replace the shoe lasted well past midday, particularly since Ambrose stumbled over Briar, Triss, Daja, Jegors, or Gudruni at every turn. The one person he didn't trip over was Sandry. She was strangely absent. Once the horse was shod, it was so late in the day that Ambrose gave up leaving until morning. He settled down to a game of draughts with Daja. They were nearly done when Sandry returned. With her she brought a trembling woman in the gray gown of an advocate.
Cousin, may I speak with you?
Asked Sandry. She indicated one of the inn's private chambers. Briar, Triss, and Daja waited in the common room. They were content to wait in silence. Triss had a book, Daja some work for the farrier who had seen to Ambrose's horse, Briar the potted herbs from the inn's kitchen. It was nearly supper time when the door to the private room opened and the advocate lurched out.
I've never heard of the like,
she babbled as the ostler fetched her horse.
Never! A count! Just like that! Like that!
She tried to snap her fingers but failed, due to her shaking.
Has she always been mad?
No, usually she's sane enough,
Briar said, grinning as he jammed his hands in his pockets.
Every now and then, though, she does the right thing.
You are as mad as she is.
She ran out into the inn-yard. Ambrose and Sandry emerged from the private room. Ambrose looked overwhelmed. Sandry glared at her friends.
Are you happy now? Meet Clayhem Fairlandreg, sole heir to the Landreg title and lands.
All three of the young mages rose. Briar and Daja bowed to Ambrose. Triss curtsied. After a moment, Sandry curtsied as well.
I never expected,
Ambrose began to say. His voice trailed off in confusion.
That actually made it easier that you didn't. And they're right. I just had to, catch my breath.
She smiled.
And now the rest of us can go home. Back to Summer Sea. And back to Winding Circle.
Jegors cleared his throat. When they all looked at him, he said,
Do you know, Vimese Daja tells me it never snows in Emelon. Never. It seems unnatural to me. And they have no beet soup or bacon and millet soup. I'm quite fond of that. Please understand, I'm certain that Winding Circle is a splendid place.
Well, it produced us,
Briar said with a grin.
Jegors, it's all right. Go ahead. Whatever it is, you can tell us.
Jegors smiled shyly.
I know. Except that I want to tell him.
He pointed a bony finger at Ambrose, who blinked in confusion.
Me? You hardly know me. I mean, we've seen each other, but...
I know you're a good man. A good Namornese man.
He looked at Briar, at Daja, and at Triss.
Don't you think a Clayham who's not a favorite of Her Imperial Majesty could use someone in his service who can hear conversations on the winds? Who can see things on the winds?
He looked at Ambrose.
I get better every day. I breathe, and I sort through what I hear and see. I practice every day. I will always be a little shaky, but I can be useful.
He looked at the mages. Briar nodded.
He could be useful, Ambrose.
He's wobbly, but I would trust him.
As would I.
Triss glared at Ambrose.
You'd be a fool not to take his service. Just treat him with kindness.
Briar snorted, and she ignored him.
Treat him with kindness, and he'll help you navigate that snake pit Her Imperial Majesty calls a court.
Ambrose looked at Jegors and took a deep breath.
Then we'll discuss salary and where you'll be living, your duties, and so on the way home. Welcome to my household, Jegors.
Ambrose was quiet through dinner. He picked at his food, which was very good. Briar took pity on the man and helped himself to bits when it was plain Ambrose wouldn't eat it all. Even the sight of Chime discovering she did not like mushrooms failed to engage Ambrose's quiet sense of humor. Finally, as the dishes were removed by wide-eyed servants, the advocate had told the ostlers what she had come there to do, and the ostlers had spread the word. Gudruni asked,
My Lord Clayham, what occupies your thoughts? Repairs that you can now order done.
Ambrose looked at her. His face lit with a smile that he shared with them all, one that turned his eyes to pale blue diamonds.
Actually,
he said, his voice cracking slightly,
I believe I will confer with my fellow members of the Noble Assembly. It is time, and past, that the forced marriage of unprotected women is banned in Namorn.
That night Sandry lay awake, listening to Gudruni's soft breathing, her son's muffled snorts, and her daughter's occasional mutter. Others might find the company and the close quarters annoying, but she liked it. Here were 3 lives she had wrested from Namorn and that disgusting custom. And she had come to like Gudruni's steadiness and common sense. At first she'd meant to find Gudruni some other post when she got home, but not any longer. Unless Gudruni wanted to leave her service, Sandry would keep her as her maid. She liked having Gudruni and the children around. Listening to them, she felt a tug in her magic, in a part of her that had not been active in far too long. She followed that magical tie and found herself emerging into the direct sunlight of a summer afternoon at Winding Circle. She stood on a familiar straw-thatched roof. It gave off the rich scent of sun-bleached hay as she sat down on it. When she looked around, she saw Triss. Unlike their last time on the roof, this was not the child Triss, but Triss the adult, who wore her many braids tucked into a silk net. She lay flat on the straw close by, hands clasped behind her neck, staring dreamily at the clouds that moved overhead. Briar straddled the peak of the roof, a piece of straw sticking from his mouth. Daja too straddled the roof, leaning back against the stone chimney of Discipline Cottage.
How did you do this? Create this so it actually feels real?
Asked Sandry, delighted.
I can smell, I can hear. Which of you did it?
Below, she could see Rosethorn's garden in full summer extravagance. Around them spread the temple. The spiral road was empty. Very few people cared to venture along its unshaded length during the post-midday rest period during the blast of mead and wart moons. Yet the long hand on the hub clock moved as it ticked off the minutes. The wind brushed Sandry's face as it carried the scents of lavender and herbs into her nostrils.
I did. I was locked up for a while in Jiangxi. It was either go mad, imagining what might happen to me, or retreat, inside me. I made it, inside my power.
He lay back on the peak, balancing easily.
After that, I did things I'm not proud of when I got out. It was a bloody mess. Thousands died who should have lived. I don't know why I'm here and they aren't. I didn't want any of you knowing that. I didn't want you knowing I thought I should be dead. That's why I shut you out.
Silence stretched. It was all he could tell them for now.
Mine is just silly. So many of the mages I met with Nico took it so personally that I learned to scry the winds that I forgot who you all were. Nico acted like it was something you had to expect, that when you learn a strange kind of magic, one that so many fail at, you have to expect jealousy. I don't want people to be jealous. I don't want them to be anything. I was afraid to find out you'd be like them.
She hung her head.
I'm just too gaudy. That's why I want to go to Lightsbridge. So I can just do what I want and people won't stare at me.
Daja and Sandry exchanged shrugs as if to say, "That's Triss for you."
I made something that helped Ben Ladrodin kill a lot of people,
Daja told them somberly.
So many. I thought catching him and seeing him get an arsonist sentence would fix it in my heart, make it right, but it never did. I still liked him, so I helped kill him fast, so he wouldn't be in pain. I didn't want you to know something of mine, something of ours, because it was living metal, and we were all part of that, caused so many deaths. I can't forgive myself, some days. I didn't think you could.
She closed her eyes, her full mouth quivering. Sandry looked down at her knees. She wore pink as she had that same day in the advocate's office.
I tore 3 people to pieces to save the life of my student.
She heard Triss draw a deep breath.
Did you think I would be safe at home? They were murderers. They were being eaten alive by unmagic, with little humanity left in them. There was no other way, and yet...
She put her face on her knees.
So now we know the things we hid from each other,
Triss said dryly after a while.
Does it change anything?
How could it? Fighting off those pirates didn't make us hate each other. We knew why we did it. Not being able to forgive ourselves isn't the same as understanding each other. We're a lot easier on each other than we are on ourselves. As for you, Copper Curls, you've always been fooling around with the weird magics.
That's just you, Triss.
Sandry lifted her head.
I wouldn't be you for 1,000 gold majas, Triss. I see the way people twitch around you. But that doesn't change how I feel about you.
Triss looked at her.
So we're a circle again.
Suits me. I never knew how much I missed it till we came back.
Till we remade us. Till Berenine reforged us.
You'll forgive me if I don't thank her,
Sandry told them as she lay back on the thatch.
She may be related to me by blood, but I much prefer the family I chose.
Briar, can we come back here? Will this be here?
I made it for us,
he replied, surprised she hadn't realized it. Here, in this place, they could feel what he felt.
All right, I made it for me first. But it was us. It is us.
It's always us.
We hope you have enjoyed Full Cast Audio's unabridged production of The Will of the Empress, which was written and narrated by Tamora Pierce, and featured Katie Reed as Sandry, Carmen Viviano Crafts as Triss, Crystal Bailey as Daja, and Spencer Murphy as Briar. In Emelon, we also heard Gerard Moses as Duke Vedris, Brian Pringle as Frostpine, and Mo Harrington as Rosethorn. In the court at Namorn, we heard Lauren Singer as the Empress Berenine, Alice Morigi as Ishabal Ladyhammer, and Daniel Bostic as Canaille Shieldsman. The young courtiers were played by Alex Billett as Shan, Graydon Brown as Finn, and Matt Goldstein as Jack. The role of Rizu was performed by Laura Credidio, and Caedlin was read by Brittany Oman. The role of Jagors was performed by Tim Levy. On Sandry's Landrig estate, we heard Mark Holt as Ambrose, and Katrin Nauman Hutchison as Ilaga. Gudruni was performed by Holly Adams, and Bruce Koval read as Halmar Yarun. Other players included Mike Stevens as Ulfion, Grace Gates as Ambrose's daughter, Karis Wiggins as the caravan leader, David Baker as the Mamander and the innkeeper, Ronald Sweet as Demeter, Janice Wyatt as Wenera and the innkeeper's wife, Scott Taylor as the healer's assistant, Leah Morell as the advocate, and Emily Meidenbauer as Magan. Other members of the cast included David Wittenowski, Susan Streeter, Victoria King, William Dufries, Marie Kemp, Todd Hoban, and Brett Hoban. Additional roles were performed by members of the cast and crew. This full cast recording was produced and directed by Bruce Koval and Daniel Bostic. Victoria King was our production assistant, and our recording engineers were Todd Hoban and Brett Hoban. Music for this production was written and performed by Todd Hoban. The text of The Will of the Empress is copyright 2005 by Tamora Pierce, and this production is copyright 2007 by Full Cast Audio. The print version of the book is available from Scholastic Publishing. This entire production was recorded and edited at the Full Cast Audio Studios in Syracuse, New York. If you'd like to know more about our Full Cast productions, please visit us on the web at www.fullcastaudio.com or write to Full Cast Audio, Post Office Box 6110, Syracuse, New York, 13217 for a free catalog. If you enjoyed this recording, you will also want to listen to our full cast recordings of Tamora Pierce's The Circle of Magic, Sandry's book, Triss's book, Daj's book, and Briar's book, the quartet of novels which first introduces these four young mages. This is Bruce Coville saying, thanks for listening.